It is a very special In Case You Missed It all week long from CES in Las Vegas. While you were trying to figure out which overpriced fitness tracker to buy, you may have missed the robotic kit for non-coders, smart shoes you are gonna want for sure, and a drone that follows you on all your epic adventures. Welcome to a special edition of In Case You Missed It. Your eyes are not deceiving you. We should be in Las Vegas for CES, but instead, we decided it wasn't going to get to us yet. No, Elvis, not today. We're not gambling, but we might be gambling with our lives out here in the Nevada desert, where you can see the beautiful red rocks behind us. We are here because of a really cool drone that we can't fly in the city limits. It's called the AirDog Action Sports Drone, and it follows you automatically.
This is all about action sports. We're basically a group of engineers who share the same passion for adventure sports. And we were having the same problem or challenge every time we were going out for surfing, kiteboarding, wakeboarding, snowboarding. There was nobody to film us while we were doing what we love.
It's a 4-router system, and they actually come out, they fold out from the body. So 2 face up, 2 face down. It has a 2 gimbal system, and you can mount your GoPro on it for all those beautiful videos of you trying not to fall. Here we go. There are a lot of products like this out there, and this one is a little bit more expensive, but according to the CEO, nothing really can continuously follow people all the way down a mountain, say if they're skiing, that he's seen. So this is supposed to be an answer to that. It's on Kickstarter, it's been funded, and they've just started shipping, so it is possible to get an AirDog for your very own. Probably the coolest thing about this drone is how you can just adjust the height and different angles. So that, for example, to capture how beautiful it is here, you can keep changing the angle until you're happy with how much it's capturing. So it's really not just about you doing something cool outside, it's about capturing all the beauty around you really easily with this thing. So the battery is supposed to last about 14 minutes. I took it for a spin for 13, and that's why I basically crash landed it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. You may think these are just bad headphones for your ears, but you're wrong. They're actually chargers for these smart shoes, which are way cooler than they look. Sorry guys. It's the Digitsole. They'll be out in about 6 to 8 months for $450. And in addition to being able to control this on your app, whether your shoes close or open, tighten or loosen, probably the coolest feature is that there's a heater inside. You can control the temperature from the app on your smartphone or your watch. You can also track all your steps, and you can track shock absorption, which is interesting. In addition to this very Back to the Future looking shoe, they do have some regular ones that don't self-tighten. They have regular kind of Converse looking tennis shoes, or they have pumps for the ladies. I would try it on, but it's way too small for me. I have beef. While they take an hour to charge, if you're using the warm setting and it's really cold out and you need the heat, they might last 5 to 6 hours. But if you're not heating your feet continuously and aren't, a polar bear, the charge can last days. So you can track your steps, occasionally get a jolt of warmth, and be super cool and wearable without even looking like a space alien like these shoes. Say you're a psychotic little kid looking for a good way to get into robots so you can one day take over the world. Or maybe you're just somebody who really enjoys robots. That's fine too. We want to show you the Zyro Robotics Kit. It's going on Indiegogo really soon. You can get 2 of the modules and this cool glove for $149, and then you'll get 4 modules and a glove for $200. The idea is that you don't need to learn how to code to actually build a robot. So there's an app, you build everything within the app. It's all controlled there. You just sort of move your modules around, connect it to things that you want. And then once your robot is built, you put the app away and you only need this. This is how it's controlled. So you go forward, backward, side to side, and then you stop moving your hand to stop the robot. But some of us talk with our hands, and if we accidentally attack people, that's okay. It's geared for little people, ages 8 to 15, although they say anyone who's a fan of robots might actually be into it, and I can see why. It's Michael on the green. And finally, so you've had a super long first day at CES and you just need some rest. We wanted to show you this headband from Harmony. It's actually playing a really jazzy tune right now. It's music in a headband with sensors in it, and it can detect your sleep patterns, and it changes the music depending on how well you're sleeping. So I have a jazzy tune right now. but that's about to change. You can only buy these at the end of this year for $150 unless you take advantage now. This episode was brought to you by Go90. Hello and welcome to Engadget's live stage here at CES on the first official day. Hello everyone. I'm Carrie Davis, host of In Case You Missed It and a video producer for Engadget. As you just saw, we have had a lot of fun so far. The desert was definitely a highlight, but we have way more things to get to. If you noticed, there was a mild athletic bent to this last episode of In Case You Missed It, which is why we have a few guests for you all today. If they weren't in today's video, we wanted you to still see some of the other products. There are so many. If you've ever been to CES before, it is massive. In addition to the Las Vegas Convention Center, which is sprawling. It could be 20 minutes to walk one end to the other without people. So add that to your time travels. There are also events all over Las Vegas in all sorts of different casinos and hotels. So we know it's a lot of ground to cover, and it's really hard even for us to try to see everything we think is cool. So that's why we're here. We are coming to you, in case you didn't know, this is the first day of Engadget's live show, and we will be streaming through Saturday. We, of course, have Best of CES, all sorts of events, so stop by anytime. There will be interviews. We're really trying to bring interesting content to our live stream, so please tune in because hopefully we won't bore you. Okay, so with that, I would like to invite to the stage someone from Sculpt. It's one of, come on up, please. This is Juan Jaramillo. I'm going to screw it up. Please take a seat. Grab a mic. Sit on down. So the sound is difficult, so just speak right on in.
Sure. Thank you for having us.
All right. That's what I like. So as you can see, I tried to be athletic in the desert. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I was out of breath, which was great and embarrassing. They made me do a round by myself, I should say. They wanted me to learn the track before I took the drone out. So it was at least 20 minutes of physical activity.
It looked pretty challenging.
Which might be why you're here. Okay, so could you explain to us, please, what Sculpt is?
Absolutely.
Okay, go for it.
Sure. So Sculpt has developed the world's first technology that not only shows you how you're losing fat, but it also shows you how you're gaining muscle. And the way that it does that is because it's measuring your body fat percentage and your muscle quality for individual muscles as well as your total body.
So is this not for an awesome tech person who occasionally works out? This sounds like a dedicated athlete.
No, this is really for anyone who is looking to get in better shape. Most people are relying on a scale and they use weight as a measure of their physical fitness. But at Sculpt, we know that if you understand the difference between how much fat percentage and how much muscle quality you have, it's a better indicator of your physical fitness. So on the device, there are 12 sensors on the back.
I'll hold it for you.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
And these sensors, they collect 10,000 data points when they're pressed against the muscle, and it's measuring your muscle fiber size, so essentially how strong and lean and fit that muscle is. And it's also measuring the subcutaneous fat directly underneath the muscle. So the way it works, if I can do a quick demo, I'll show you with the app.
Yes, can I ask you one, maybe two questions before we do a demo?
Sure.
How much and when does it ship?
Sure, it's $99 and we start shipping next month. Right now, we're on the last hours of our Indiegogo campaign.
Oh.
So you can get it right now and you'll be one of the first to get it.
The last hours?
Yeah.
You timed that perfectly.
Well, we try.
Okay, so how is this different from other products out there? Because as we all know, there are a ton of these sorts of things.
Yeah.
What problem are you solving?
Yeah, so there's a lot of activity trackers out there on the market, and they're all measuring how many steps you're taking, but that's not really helping you understand what impact that's having on your body. At Sculpt, we developed the only technology on the market that can actually measure your muscles and your body fat percentage in a way that's a lot more accurate. If you were to measure your triceps, abs, and quads, you get a total body fat percentage that's a lot more accurate than any calipers or bioimpedance scales on the market. Plus, there's no other technology that can tell you information about how your muscles are developing due to your strength training, which is another key component of your physical fitness.
So this is something I would imagine that first it's going to be maybe trainers or physical therapists or something. They're going to want something like this.
Well, we're actually going direct to consumers. People are really interested in technology that's going to help understand their bodies better and quantify it. And there's nothing on the market
We all
right
want
now.
data.
Yeah,
More data.
all want data.
Okay.
Our customers love to quantify themselves, and there's no technology that's helped them understand if their strength training is really helping them get to that next level where they want to go.
Okay, let's check it out.
Yeah, totally.
Are we standing up? You're checking me, right? Sorry, guys. Can we? Yeah.
So on the back, there are 12 sensors, and all you got to do is,
I'll give you an arm.
yeah. Let me get a water bottle here.
This is fun. Oh, my skin needs to be damp?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
This is just regular water, so you just spray the sensors with water, and then you put it on the app. So we're just going to choose the muscle that we want to measure on the app, and then we're just going to put it right on the muscle.
Super fit, right?
Yep. And then you'll see right on the app, it gives you those results. Your muscle quality and the fat percentage just in that left biceps. That way you can understand where you're at right now, and as you continue to strength train and work on your cardio and nutrition, you'll be able to see your body fat distribution, not just for your total body, but also for individual muscles.
I would like it noted that I'm almost fit. Almost fit. Not quite. I haven't been working out for 6 months. I had an injury, but I will be again. So this is good. This would be the time for somebody like me to get it, right?
Absolutely. It's a new year, it's a new you, and it gives you all the data to establish the benchmarks. So as you continue to strength train and improve your cardio, you'll be able to see how you're progressing.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, one more person. Let's have a seat. If you could scoot down to make room for 2 people. Please welcome to the stage Pierre, I'm going to screw it up, Tissot, the COO from Emotion, and his colleague, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name before. Right into the microphone.
Valentine. And I'm Remy, actually.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hi, Kerry. Thank you
Okay.
for inviting us.
Absolutely. So I invited them because they, if any of you have ever been skiers or snowboarders, any of those things, any mountain sports, we all probably have heard of people who get into terrible accidents, usually with trees or cliffs, depending on their ability, I guess. That's not me. But some people do. So you were interesting to me because you have an inflatable jacket for skiing, yeah? Could you explain it to us and sort of why it's interesting to people or why you think it's needed?
Yeah, correct. So Emotion developed the first smart ski airbag. So it's basically an airbag vest that you wear under your suit or under the vest, and it will measure your movement while you are skiing, and it will be able to detect loss of balance. And basically in that case, if you are about to fall, the airbag will inflate and will protect you from bad injuries.
So it can tell that you're about to fall and not just like an epically awesome skier?
Yeah, it's it's very precise, and it's years of acquisition of data that allowed us to be able to trigger a loss of balance and bring a new level of protection for skiers.
How long has it been around? How much is it, and when does it ship?
So it's 4 years of development. Today it's being used by actual professional skier in World Cup. The Olympic game winner of ski cross is wearing it during World Cup today. And
Like today.
Today. I mean, not today. I
Okay.
think it's going to be next week.
Okay, all right, thank you.
When the World Cup is starting again. And it will be shipped for every competitor in 6 months for next season.
And how much is it?
It's $1,200.
So it sounds really interesting, but also for probably the more than the average, every 2 weekends a year skier, a little bit more advanced than that.
Yeah, exactly. We decided to start by high-level skier, but we will move downwards and competition and obviously day-to-day skier like you and me. And so
Maybe you're better than me.
I don't know, but you probably need to try the airbag, and you see that I guess this is a very cool product because first it gives you a lot of protection, high protection, and second it's a smart airbag that is tracking your movement and give you some information regarding your performance and all this, you know.
I'm sorry, did you talk about the tech inside? So you said it was a sensor. Is it an accelerometer that detects when you're falling?
Yeah, there are a lot of different sensors in it that measures your movement in real time. So we have a lot of data that are measuring your movement. So we are tracking a lot of performance, and we can give you some information regarding this.
This is interesting to me also because I know there's a trend with bikers. I think it's a Swedish or Norwegian life or jacket for bikers, or it's a little. It's basically people that don't want to wear helmets. It's like an airbag, and then once they fall, it inflates. So it sounds like similar technology. So I wanted to invite you to stage because I don't think it's just skiing where this would apply. It seems to be a thing that people are interested in.
Yeah, that's a good point, and a lot of people are asking us about other applications. And when we first funded with Valentin and Pierre François in Emotion, we thought that we could adapt this technology to a lot of other applications. Skiing is, you know, the first step, but obviously we will adapt it for other applications, and obviously biking is one of those.
All right, so we don't have to wear dorky bike helmets for too long, hopefully. You heard it here. So let's get a demo. Let's see what it does.
Yeah, sure. We're gonna do the demo. So basically, you need to imagine a slope. Obviously, you are skiing.
Oh, do you need to be connected?
Yeah, we need
Oh, okay. Oh, go right ahead. Oh, sorry. I thought we were standing.
because we will.
I just like to stand.
Yeah,
It's good for you.
we will trigger it from the smartphone apps.
Okay.
But yeah, you need to imagine a slope.
What if you just fell? I feel like that'd be a more fun demo. If you just like walked and then
And
fell
I
over,
fall.
would it work?
Yeah, probably will be the next step.
Ah, he's cheating us. All right. So let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. And so basically, what you will see is that you have to imagine that you're about to fall, and the airbag will trigger in less than 100 milliseconds. It's very fast. It's faster than a blink of an eye.
I think.
And it will protect you on your body, so thorax, abdomen, back. You have the hips as well, which are often badly injured.
Okay. I'm going to get ready with my slow-mo because I want to Instagram or tweet this later.
Yeah, sure.
You tell me when I should hit.
Yeah, I'll
record.
tell you when it's connected. I think there's a lot of.
Are we
apps
having a
around.
hard? Oh, it's a Wi-Fi situation. Dang it, CES! This happens every year. Aw, he keeps hitting it.
Okay,
Good?
let's
Okay.
go.
All right.
Sorry for.
Oh, standing up. Woo! Oh.
So I will show you. So
Okay.
you,
You can stay there.
okay, I can say there.
Okay. 3, 2. Whoa. That was legit. Oh my
so as you can
goodness.
see, it protects you. You know, in front on the thorax, abdomen. You have as well the neck and the back and the hips that goes under your pants.
Okay, and it still kind of looks cool. That's another thing when you're skiing. It's just me. So if you were to fall, this is if you were like tumbling, that's
Yeah.
supposed to protect you?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then, as you can see, it deflates automatically, and it's reusable. So you just need to change the gas canister, and you go for another ride.
So it's like the good life jackets for water sports also. They'll have canisters and inflate should you fall in the water.
Yeah, that's correct.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's all we have for you for right now, for in case you missed it. Tomorrow begins our regular 11 a.m. time. Today we are pushed back just a half an hour. So tomorrow through Saturday, right here at 11, we'll be interviewing people after In Case You Missed It airs, bringing you all the tech that hopefully, if you didn't get to see it, you can see it here. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Live from soul-crushing Las Vegas, Nevada, it's the Engadget Challenge. And here's your host, Dan Cooper.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Engadget Challenge live from the Consumer Electronics Show 2016. Now we today are going to be demonstrating the perils of our technology-obsessed world, and we have taken these ideas and turned them into challenges that people can participate in to win some exciting prizes. Ooh, oh my god, this is amazing. Joining me on stage is this wonderful, wonderful, beautiful bearded man. Terence O'Brien, how are you today?
I am atrocious.
And why is that?
Because I am at CES and I have not slept in 4 days.
What has caused your lack of sleep?
Working CES. There is no sleep here for an Engadget editor. You should know
what you
that,
should
Daniel.
do? You know what you should do?
What?
Elvis managed to sleep here very soundly with a diet of whiskey and cheeseburgers.
So what you're saying is there's not enough alcohol or fat?
No.
Okay, I can
You
make
need
that.
to get on
I
this.
can fix that.
You need to get on
Right
this.
after we're done with this.
Please do. Please do. Okay. How's everyone feeling today? You good? All right. So, our first challenge today is called the Engadget Challenge Smartphone Voice Assistant Marshmallow Voice Challenge, which is a terrible... Who wrote this?
You did.
Okay, that was right, yeah. Smartphone voice assistants are theoretically capable of understanding our normal speech. And this is the future of computing. We just talk and it does. But unfortunately, what normally happens is that you have to speak in an exaggerated way just for Siri to tell you what movie times are. So we're going to try and get members of the audience to achieve this in this noise castle that is CES. But that is not enough of a challenge, is it?
Not at all.
This is why we are going to ask people to come up on stage, fill their mouth with marshmallows, and then the person who can still get Siri to understand them with the most marshmallows in their face is going to come away with an amazing prize of an artisanal, hand-stitched, jersey cotton Engadget t-shirt that has been printed by only the shiniest of machines somewhere in a far-flung country.
Yeah, I have no idea which one. Let's say Thailand.
But it's brilliant. And the thing is that these are so rare that you're going to walk around the streets back home and everyone's going to be like, oh my God, you work for Engadget? Oh my God, I love that shade. Oh my God. And they'll start, you know, mobbing you in the street because that's what happens to us.
Sure.
Yes, that's a thing
Yes,
that happens.
yes,
That is
okay.
a thing that happens. Now, the only thing we're going to be looking for when these people come up is evidence of chewing or dissolving in their mouths. But otherwise, if you've got hamster cheeks and you've got a magical skill, this is the time to use that magical power of yours to win yourself some prizes. I should also explain, if anyone's got any ethical concerns, we went to Whole Foods and we bought only the finest gluten-free marshmallows. Effectively, it's just sugar, air, and a tiny bit of whale gelatin.
So should we see if we have any volunteers?
Let's find some volunteers. Raise your hand.
Who wants to shove some
We've got
marshmallows
one
in your mouth?
there.
This gentleman right here. Come on up.
Okay, we need one more. Give this man a big hand of applause. Come on. Big hand of applause.
All right. And we got one over behind you.
Go one of. Okay,
Come on up.
round here. Come round here. Okay, come here. Face this camera here. Hello, my friend. What's your name?
Ralph.
Ralph. And what brings you to CES?
For CES. Pretty much to see all the mobile devices today.
Mobile devices. You're a fan of smartphones, yeah?
Yes.
And what's the most exciting thing that you've seen so far?
Probably be the Hisense prepaid iPhones.
Ah, very nice, very nice. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to come stand here a second. Okay, Ralph, I can tell your name is Pietro.
Yeah.
So what brings you to CES?
Well, just curiosity, you know, it's the best.
You're curious about technology, I hope.
Yes.
Not about anything personal or, you know, deeply psychological.
No, I don't think so.
No, that's good, that's good. And what's the most exciting thing that you've seen so far?
Probably the LG OLED TV. That's amazing.
That is a fantastic screen. Okay, I'm going to ask you to come over here as well. Ralph, you're going to come over to the other side now. This is how it's going to work. Okay, and so the phrase that you are going to say is, "Hey Siri, how is it going?" Okay, and we're going to start with 3 marshmallows. All right. And if we can have a little bit of, hushed, reverential silence. No chewing or dissolving. Okay, here we go.
I'm not sure what you said.
Oh, no. Okay, that's fair. That is fair.
I'm not sure what you said.
I'm sorry. Okay, the pressure's on for you now. You realize it?
Yeah, that's just difficult.
Okay. All right, contestant number 2. Pietro's going to have a...
You were saying.
One more time. Let's be fair.
You were. Hello.
Oh. That is a response.
But that is not quite the... I am off. There we go. That is not quite the response we were looking for, though, unfortunately.
What do we think? Do we give it one more go just to see? Although you've started cheering now, haven't you?
That worked a lot better in rehearsal.
It did work a hell of a lot better in rehearsal.
I say this is our fault, and we give them both T-shirts. What do you say?
I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Okay. I think they both walk away with T-shirts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give these wonderful people who have volunteered. None of you had the strength to do this, whereas these amazing, courageous people came up. Give them a big hand of applause. Terence, that was heartwarming, wasn't it? I feel very warm in my heart right now.
Yeah, that was. That's probably what you ate for lunch, though. The
Yes.
trailer lunch, not good.
Yes, yes. It's a diet of barbecue-flavored Lay's chips.
And Mrs. Fields cookies, I believe.
And regret.
Yes, mostly regret.
Okay, so thank you to those people. Our next event is the main one, and it is the Engadget Challenge, Living Vicariously Through Others via the medium of social media challenge. We really need to change these names.
You're going to have to do something about that yourself.
I am going to have to do that before tomorrow. Okay, so we as human beings don't really do anything anymore, do we? Let's be honest, because my evenings are mostly spent watching my friends. They go out to cocktail bars or sex clubs or sporting events, and I'm not watching them from the bushes. I'm just following their Facebook, their Twitter, their Instagram, and their Snapchat feeds. And we live our lives now through the medium of other people's experiences, sitting in the dark, grinding our teeth into a paste as we realize we've got no friends and we're going to die alone and only one person's going to come to our funeral.
That's just you.
Oh, okay. So the big question is, can you experience something through social media? Can you be an active participant in someone else's life? Can you actually accomplish something through someone else's eyes? Which is why we are going to get 2 people to come up. One person is going to make a cocktail blindfolded while the other person talks them through it as if they were commentating on a Periscope feed. They're going to be watching your screen down here representing their point of view while the other person constructs a Negroni live here on stage. Now, a Negroni contains Campari, which, if you don't know, tastes a little bit like rancid lighter fuel, which was a legal thing because they wouldn't let us make a drink anyone would actually want to put in their faces. So I think that's a fair summation of the rules, isn't it?
Yeah, why don't we get our first contestants up here?
Let's do that. Okay. Can we have some
number 1 and
volunteers?
2.
We've got some people. All right, give them a big hand of applause, please. All right, come here, please. Stand next to me. Okay. What's your name and where do you come from?
John, I'm with the Green Energy team out of Central Florida.
Okay, John from the Green Energy team. And you?
My name's Frank. I'm with Green Energy team out of Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, Florida. Are you enjoying the rain in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I love it,
It rains every day in Florida.
Ah, okay, so it's like being back home for you, yeah? Okay, so Which one of you two is going to be blindfolded and making the cocktail? Okay. Do you want to go and get set up? So here's how this is going to work, okay? You're going to come stand here. I'm going to get you a microphone.
Ever made a Negroni before?
You're going to stare into this screen here, okay? Now you're going to have 3 minutes, okay? And you are not allowed to look. You're not allowed to talk. You're just allowed to speak in this microphone, okay? And give directions. Now, the recipe is written down. Fortunately for you. Okay, you're going to take the mason jar and you're going to put some ice.
Okay.
You're then going to add equal parts vermouth, Campari, and gin. You're then going to close the mason jar, give it a good shake. You're then going to pour it in the glass.
Okay.
And don't drink it.
Don't drink it?
Okay, so I'm going to give this to you. Okay, you are going to stare at that screen. This is going to work. Trust me. This is on. Yeah.
This on.
Okay, now you've got 3 minutes. Pardon me. Okay, so I'm going to. You just stare. Tell me when. We ready? All right, so you're going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, grab the mason jar to your left. It'll be the closest. More left. Nope, that's a glass. More left. Up further. Up further. No. You almost had it. Go back. Your left. Nope. Right there, yes. Unscrew it. Grab the ice bucket to your right. Nope, that's a little more right. There you go. Put ice in the glass.
He's doing well so far. This is good.
All right. You want to grab the... That's good. Grab the vermouth, which is the tallest bottle. Yep, open it. You got to pour that in the mason jar.
You want to measure it in the shot glass, I think.
Oh.
Or you can do it that way if you want.
Yep, just go. Pour. Stop. All right. Put it down. I need you to grab the...
Are you excited?
Oh, extremely.
The
Are you
Campari,
feeling
which
good
would
about
be the front left.
2-minute warning.
Front left. Up more. Up more. There you go.
Nearly.
Open pour.
This is going well so
Stop.
far.
All right, now you want to grab the gin. Right side, yep. Stop. You want to put the lid on the mason jar? Which
1
is
minute
right by
and
the
30
vermouth.
seconds, guys.
There you go.
Halfway through.
Shake it up. All right, you want to pour it into the glass in front of you?
This is going very well. This
Nope,
guy
there you
could
go.
be a
Our first
cocktail waiter.
casualty.
And then you want to grab the orange peels once you put the glass down right in front of you in the very middle. Up more a little bit. There you go. Grab one and put it on the rim of the glass.
I
Time
think
stop.
we're done.
Time
You're
stop,
good.
please.
That is-
Everyone, a big round of applause for these guys. Come on.
1 minute and 57 seconds.
That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Have you
That-
done
Great
this
job,
before?
John.
That is significantly faster than I did it yesterday.
Yes,
Just going to throw that out there.
100%. So you're not, yeah, no, there's no way we can drink this. Okay.
right.
Oh, hang on. Someone from the audience is volunteering to taste it, I think. So,
All right. Thank you, guys.
okay, right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I will take that. Thank you very
You
much.
want to put some
I'm
down?
gonna put
Let's
this
reset
down.
this bar real quick and get it ready for the next contestants.
Yes, please do. Okay,
I'll
so-
do that. Let's call them up here. You want to talk to them?
Come up, please. Our next contestants. Come this way, please. Okay, come this side of me, please. Okay, so what's your name and where are you from?
Jason, San Diego.
Becky from Seattle.
Were you going to say Jason then? I mean, you could be a Jason, but you know, it's.
She's so much more powerful as a Becky, though.
Oh, okay, it's like that, is it? Okay, so what brings you out to CES?
So we're a technology company that's actually featured here. We do mobile payment beacons for Denmark.
Lovely stuff. New.
Same company, PayX.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, and what's the most exciting thing that isn't you that you've seen at the show?
It's being lively televised right now, right?
Fantastic. And you?
The drones. They're pretty cool.
Drones. Okay, so just to go through the recipe again. Okay, you're going to put ice in a shaker. You are then going to add equal parts vermouth, Campari, and gin. You're going to close the shaker, give it a good shake until it's cold. You're going to pour it out and garnish with an orange peel. You've got quite a high target to meet. That's like 1 minute 50, and you're wearing white pants. This could go very badly very quickly. Okay, so who's making the blindfold? Okay, Jason. Assume the position. Becky, you're going to do the same thing as before. I'm going to get you a microphone. Whoops.
Okay.
Right, so Jason's just getting set up.
Yep.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay, this is your recipe card. All right, everyone, a big hand of applause. All right, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, mason jar is dead center in front of you. So grab, nope, down, there you go. Open it up. To your right will be some, left, yeah, right, no, right in front of you, dead center is the ice. Yep. Put some of the ice in there. If you can. Hands might be easier. Nope. There you go. Okay,
I think you need some more ice in there.
Yep. There you go. Is that good? Okay. Now to your left will be the 3 bottles, so right in front of you. Yep, there you go. And I'll tell you when to stop. Okay. Stop. Okay. Dead center in front of you is the gin. Nope, stop. Back over. Yep, right there. Nope. Right, yep.
This is a bit different to the Patrick Swayze movie about cocktail making, isn't it?
Okay.
Or is it Tom Cruise?
And then
is it
now
Tom Cruise
to
or Patrick
your
Swayze?
right. No, other way. Other.
Jason, are you excited about this?
Yep.
Are you struggling a bit?
Okay, stop. Dead center. There you go. That's the.
He's very
2-minute
focused.
warning.
He's very focused on this. I'm loving this technique.
Okay, you're good. Now we got to find the cap for the mason jar, which I don't even see. Go back. Yeah, that way. Keep on going. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Now reach out in front of you, down towards the table. Yep. Forward. Yep. Okay. Shake it up. Okay.
That's
1
one hell of
minute,
a
30
shaking
seconds.
technique.
Okay, now go back. Yep, yep. Stop. Okay, in front of you is going to be the glass. Nope, other way, other way. Yep. Okay, pour it into that. Okay. Now we got to find the orange peels, which were back where the cap was, I think. Oh, no, straight in front of you, straight in front of you. There's the orange peels against it. No, over to you. Yep, keep on going. Right there. Put an orange peel in the glass. No, other. There you go, right there. Oh, he's got fancy. Done.
Stop.
Stop.
Congratulations.
Big hand of applause again. Come on.
All right.
So,
Let's bring our other contestants up here
Yes,
first
please.
before I reveal the times.
Yes.
I think you can take off the blindfold now, though. Unless you want to keep it on. That's all yours. But you did successfully make a cocktail.
Your pants
big
aren't
hand of
ruined.
applause. This is amazing. Do you know what we should have done? We should have made it like 1 minute. I feel like we were way too generous. Come this side of me.
Well, you know, in rehearsal yesterday, this took me 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
You know what this means? You're a very bad cocktail maker.
Yeah, I will never
and
be
these
a
people
bartender.
are pro cocktail makers.
All right, are we ready for the results?
Let's give us some results. Hang on, can we get a little drum roll? That's
All
a
right.
terrible drum roll, but we can, you know.
So, Frank and John, you guys had finished this in 1 minute, 1 minute and 57 seconds. Becky and Jason, 1 minute and 59 seconds. I'm very sorry. You just fell short.
Okay, so the losers first. How do you feel? How do you feel to have come so close and yet so far?
That's okay. I'll drink it afterwards.
Yeah, depends how it tastes.
And to the winners,
You know, we came in here with a plan and we executed.
John did a great job.
it's fantastic. All right, everyone, give these 4 wonderful people, our wonderful contestants, a huge round of applause. Okay, and if you go that way. Congratulations to our winners, commiserations to our losers. Okay, so that is it for us today. Please stay tuned to the Engadget channel. Coming right up, we're going to have the good, the bad, and the ugly of CES. And if you enjoyed this, we will be back here at the same time tomorrow. So, same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you very much, and good night.
and welcome back to Engadget live here at CES. We're just sat kind of casually right here. My name's Matt Smith. I'm the senior editor here at Engadget. I am a Brit. I am joined today by
Dana Wallman, managing editor of Engadget. I am not a Brit.
what?
Yes.
Excellent. And
I'm Dan Cooper, the best senior editor, senior of seniors editor,
Oh.
and I am a Brit, as if the accent didn't give it away.
but we can't call this a Brit sandwich because we're the bread.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're just going to be talking kind of cash. We're just going to be I'm wearing my casual turtleneck just to improve. Oh, there. Wow, we're going totes cash now. And we'll be talking about our editor's choices, what we've seen so far at CES, and what we're hoping you guys out there will look and take a look at and touch and try yourself at this year's CES. So, Dan, I'd like you to start us off. What have you seen?
I've seen not very much. I've been
Oh.
locked in a room for most of it. But I've seen lots of exciting wearables. 2016 CES has been wearable-tastic. I was kind of expecting it not to be very wearable-tastic, but
Because it was kind of wearable-tastic last year.
It was, and I had a feeling that because there was so much automotive stuff coming, car stuff, that actually wearables were going to take a back seat. But no, it's wearables are here to stay, baby.
And for example?
So Fitbit have got a new one that's quite snazzy. Intel yesterday announced that they're going to make another smartwatch with new balance.
Well, that's the thing. Intel just kind of barreled us with lots and lots of wearables. They've teamed up with a lot of sports companies. One very cool thing I just tried, literally before I came on stage here, was these paintball goggles that you wear, and it has a HUD display. So
Love those.
yeah. So alongside the paintball gun, you'll have a little embedded technology inside your goggles, and they'll show you a map of your paintball arena. They'll show you both your allies, and you can tag your enemies. So you're pretty much a living video
You
game.
can always count on Intel to do some really strange stuff at CES.
Yeah.
There's the paintball display, but they also have the connected snowboard, which you
Connected
wrote
snowboard,
about.
yeah.
You can never quite predict what Intel specifically is going to do. Always some weird stuff.
And
coming from
I think they also kind of try to force a theme as well. They try to kind of define CES every year. And because it's Intel, there's Intel inside so many things. They're trying to make this move away from PCs into more mobile tech. And we don't mean phones, we're meaning wearables and the Internet of Things. So they always come with such a random bag of tricks.
Can I just ask about the paintball thing?
Right.
You know how they say that paintball is simulated war and war is hell? Does that mean that simulated war is simulated hell?
I'm going to say yes, because the bright lights aren't helping me concentrate.
Fair enough.
Okay. And now tell us about this fancy bangle you saw.
So, the thing that I'm quite taken with, it's a fancy fashion bangle, and the idea is it's a piece of costume jewelry, I guess aimed towards women, but I won't judge. And it's designed as a sort of personal attack alarm, and what it does is it doesn't look like a device, it looks like a piece of jewelry. And then should you run into trouble late at night or something, you tap it, and then it sends your GPS location and an SOS message to your friends, or if you pay a subscription, then it can kind of contact security or the police, which I think it's a really interesting concept, and I like the fact that a company's tackling that at CES.
I mean, it's not cheap. What was it? $300?
$300, yeah.
But also, it doesn't look like a personal security alarm at all.
No, it looks like a bit of costume jewelry.
Yeah.
Costume jewelry.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on jewelry. I might be wrong.
No, which is to say, it's costume jewelry, but not in the best way. I mean,
okay.
Woman speaking here. It's an improvement. It's more stylish than some other wearables we've seen. I think that there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of making these devices appealing to women, and I think that's why we need more women in tech. I would love to see more devices like that made by women for women.
Or made by women for everyone, because it's
Or for everyone, yeah.
But yeah, it's nice. What I guess the next stage on will be to just disguise this in anything. So like, for instance, it will be, you know, a portable sensor and you can just slide it into any other piece of jewelry.
I mean, there's nothing stopping it being in different form factors, maybe lighter form factors that don't look like costume jewelry.
Not at all, because as they describe it, the brains are separate from the jewelry part of it. So there is a removable module that presumably you could put into other kinds of devices and even newer bracelets.
I mean, you could put it into Dan's glasses. I mean, where on Dan's body would you like to put a personal attack alarm? Dana?
Oh gosh.
So many places. Okay, we'll move on.
So many choices.
Yeah. Dana, what's been your pick of CES so far?
Oh gosh. Where to start, right?
Yeah, right.
Seen so much. I'll say this. I've been surprised by the sheer number of laptops that I've seen. For all this talk that we're in a post-PC world, still a whole lot of notebooks out there. And the theme seems to be that they're getting ever thinner and lighter.
Which isn't a bad thing at all.
You know, it depends who you ask. I mean, they're really impressive to hold, even for, you know, a seasoned old grump like me. But I think it does beg the question of just to what extent do we really need devices that thin and light?
How thin do you really want?
Especially when the battery life might get compromised.
And did you see this Samsung 2-in-1 yourself?
Seeing it today.
Oh, cool.
Our colleague Chris saw it in person.
Our senior mobile editor, Chris Velasco, was the one poking and touching this. This is a 2-in-1
That's
Windows
the Surface
tablet.
competitor that manages to be even lighter than the Surface Pro 4. But oh my God, so many Surface competitors at this show.
That's the new trend. It's not that there's lots of, well, there is still lots of laptops, but there's also been a lot of these Surface companion-esque devices.
And it's interesting, I mean, especially as we at Engadget sit down to talk about Best of CES winners, we're supposed to be thinking about innovation. You do see a lot of products like this that seem to be biting off something that was at one point really original.
Once innovative. And
back in 2012.
And also, one thing that everyone didn't really jump on board when it first came out. I mean, I can remember when the first Surface came out, not so many people were kind of thrilled by the idea of this kind of convergence device.
Oh my God, it's a tablet with a keyboard. Woo! But it has taken time to...
Senior editor Dan Cooper there.
Yes.
But no, it's become a thing now. But it's taken 4 generations of the device before it has become a thing.
Yeah. And was there a particular slimlined laptop that stood out so far?
There were a few. So Lenovo is doing it really well this year. They've got models for both consumers and for business, both impressively thin and light, all the more so because they managed to pack in touchscreens. Usually if a company wants to make a really thin laptop, they have to get rid of the touchscreen, which you kind of need or want on Windows 10.
With Windows 10, yeah.
That's what Samsung did to make its new laptop that thin, which I don't want to say it's cheating, but it's kind of cheating.
I mean, Dana, you kind of flip between Macs and Windows, right? What's your current kind of main?
Macs for myself, but Windows all the time for testing. So, you know, in real life, ambidextrous.
Right.
Yeah.
And how about you, Daniel?
So I've got Windows 8 on my Mac Pro because I'm so
Just to be confusing.
Just to be that guy. I am that guy. Hi everyone, I'm that guy. But I flip between, mostly for Steam.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And me, I'm a Mac boy now. Ever since I got my first MacBook Air, I've just found the design so ridiculous. It's so thin. I just trust it so much. It doesn't crash.
To the viewers at home, this isn't all of us. We actually have many Windows users.
This is very true, and especially at CES. Actually,
out there.
The current Engadget trailer this year, Engadget 2016, has more Windows users than we've had in quite a few years, I'd say.
Or I think we've always had Windows users. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's people like Richard Lawler, and you can't trust him.
No, grouchy Terrence O'Brien is a ThinkPad user whose ThinkPad is in the shop.
Grouchy managing editor Terrence O'Brien does have a Windows machine. This is true. And now we'll go on to me. And what's been good for me is, and now a few of you have probably seen this. This was yesterday, right at the end of the day, probably while you were nursing that martini. It was the Intel live press event. And as we kind of prefaced before, Intel brought in so many insane little ideas and little trinkets and little collaborative efforts with all these different companies. But when the Intel CEO took to stage, he took to stage on a robot Segway. There we go. Such good timing. I love these guys. So this is...
How much rehearsal do you think went into that?
I know. How many hours did he balance on a Segway to effortlessly glide on stage?
Maybe he's just got game. Maybe he is just that fly. He's like a 55-year-old man,
I mean,
a
we've
tech
all seen
executive.
Mike Tyson going splat recently on the hoverboard.
Yeah, well, we've
right?
all seen many a person go splat on a Segway.
Yeah, so Brian Krzanich could have gone splat, but didn't.
Yeah. And even funnier, I think it was the, I think he's who he's shaking hands with now, the boss man of CES. Oh, what?
Gary Shapiro.
Gary Shapiro.
Yes, Mr. Gary
Also,
Shapiro.
Mr. Ninja Innovation himself.
Yeah, Mr. Ninja Innovation himself
Yes.
also took to the Segway to take off stage. Now, Segways are Segways, and we've seen hoverboards. Now, what makes this one more interesting is not only is it an official Segway, it's made by Segway, but it's also transformed into a beautiful robot with a little face and smiley eyes. And you know I love robots.
You
so
do love robots.
why wouldn't you want a Segway to be a robot?
Why not?
Why?
Because again,
Why?
Intel is king of the weird stuff
Yeah,
at CES.
again.
Actually, there's only one thing I would want more than that, and that's a Segway with the voice of Kit from Knight Rider. I mean,
Which brings us on very quickly to our last section. We've literally run out of time. We have 2 minutes left, so
Oh,
we just
no.
want to do one bad thing. Give me one bad thing.
Okay, do you want me to start?
We have 2 minutes, so you
Okay,
have to
so
start finish.
lots of gadgets this year telling you stuff that you should already know. So like Level has produced this device, you breathe into it, it tells you whether you're burning fat.
Right.
You don't need to, like, you know, that instant gratification if you're burning fat or not doesn't really help you with a weight loss plan.
I've also seen a smart sensor for inside refrigerators, which follows the same logic.
Yeah.
It's like a smart sensor that you put tomato ketchup or milk on. But most of these things are miraculously see-through. So you know when you run out of ketchup. You know when
if you eat
run
my
out.
burrito, I want to know. Catch you in
That's
the
your
act.
own personal quirk.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we've already run out of time. Thank you very much for watching, both online and people sat here. I think someone's eating a burrito back there.
Yes.
And I want a burrito now. So thanks for watching. We'll be having more Editor's Choices tomorrow, but stay tuned. We'll have more Engadget after the break. Thank you.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the CES Stage. Engadget here, 2016. I'm joined with Mr. Anderson, Chris Anderson, CEO, co-founder of 3D Robotics.
Hi.
How's it going?
Very well.
We were just talking backstage how you're a sort of a fellow Brit, but a Brit in disguise.
Yeah, born there, moved to the U.S. When it's useful to claim to be British, like when I need a higher IQ, I'm British. Otherwise, American.
Okay, so we're on the same page, I guess. We can relate. We're here obviously to talk about 3D robotics. It's for anyone who doesn't know, is it 3D robotics or 3DR? How are you going? What do you?
We interestingly, we've gone. We started as 3D robotics because drones are flying robots, but now we're 3DR because robots are things that don't work. The moment they work, you call them washing machines.
So it's a little bit of a rebranding for like wiggle room for like you can how you're going to interpret what these things do.
We think of it like KFC. No, 3DR. The point is, it's 3DR is the brand. We've got to the point where these things are super easy to use. You just push a button. You don't even have to think about them as a robot. Nerds like us like robots, but regular people just like things that work.
So I think we'll come on to more or less what you were speaking about in a minute. I'm kind of interested. So for anyone who doesn't know, you were on this side of the fence before you started 3D robotics.
I sat on that crack.
Right.
Sorry, I'm referring to the sofa.
Right, this is a private joke that before we went on air. But so you were at Wired. How does one go from Wired to making washing machines or robots?
Washing machines. I think my washing machine metaphor has run fully out of control now. Well, the answer, my joke is a case of parenting gone horribly wrong. So I've got 5 kids, and I'm always trying to get them interested in science and technology. In 2007, we got this Lego Mindstorms Robotics Kit, and I said, kids, we're going to have this awesome weekend, and we're going to build a robot. And the kids, spent the weekend building the Lego robot, and they're like, it very slowly moves to a wall and then bounces back, and they're like, you've got to be kidding, right? We've seen Transformers. Where are the freaking lasers?
Right, it looks so much cooler on the box.
It's so much cooler on the box. And I was like, what would be more interesting than a very slowly moving robot? I thought a flying robot. And literally, I Googled flying robot, and the first result was drone. I'm like, okay, I guess drones are flying robots. Then I Googled drone, and then the first result was autopilot. And I guess that's the brain for the plane. That's how they fly. And then I Googled autopilot, and then there's a lot of math. So I kind of stopped Googling. And I just did it. And the kids and I built a Lego flying drone on the dining room table. The kids lost interest. I started a website called DIY Drones, which became the biggest drone community in the world. And
which is still running,
today. And it just happened to be the right time. 2007 was the key year. That was the year that 3D printing came out, and Arduino, the maker movement. The Wii controller came out with accelerometers, and so the Fitbit guys got their start. But it was also the year the iPhone came out. And the reason I'm here today is because smartphone guts, sensors and GPS and cameras and processors have made things like flying robots really easy so that even someone like me can do it.
So, that sounds pretty straightforward in terms of I understand your journey there, but there's lots of things I'm interested in that I go online and I search for them, and I'd love to maybe work with them or something like that, but it's not just as easy as that, right? You've got to have someone who knows these things or like...
The one easy thing I did was set up a website. And then all the really smart people came out of the community. So they were thinking about the same things. There was a place to go. They started collaborating online with software and hardware. And I was kind of like, as a cruise director, I have a degree in computational physics. So,
okay,
I know a little something about this. But the reality is my skill here was identifying an opportunity, creating a place where smart people could collectively do something about it, and then realizing at a certain point that community could become a company, and doing that.
So it's interesting you mentioned that because I think one of the hallmarks of 3D robotics, 3DR, compared to some of the other drone companies, is that you've got a sort of an ethos of sharing or open source. And why take that route?
So we are the Android of UAVs. We're an open platform. It's not 100% open source, but it's very much modeled after Android, open APIs, drone, phone, cloud, etc. Why do we take that route? Well, I'll give you a sort of cheeky answer. Because it's 2016. It's like, it's obvious that open innovation is the way to go, that platforms beat products, that no one company can do it all. In Silicon Valley, the notion of being an open platform is kind of straightforward. And the question is not why did we choose the open innovation group, but did everyone else not?
And has that approach paid dividends? Has it come back and so you've given something out to the community, and then the community's taken it, improved it, made it better?
Yeah, so it has paid dividends in a number of ways. So the platform, the software is adopted by about 750,000 people out there, including mostly companies, products that we don't make. So that's good. Adoption's good. Number two is innovating very quickly, and so we built something called the Drone Code Project, part of the Linux Foundation. And so Qualcomm and Intel and Box and our competitors like Parrot and Unique are all part of this, and they're all collectively adding little bits and pieces that are that we could not do ourselves. So that's all good. Where it's tricky is that we're competing with a company called DJI. And
heard of them?
You heard of them? So they took the Apple approach, which is that it's pretty much a closed platform. There's like an app store version, but it's largely a closed platform, beautifully integrated, and it's great. And we're taking the Android approach. Now our bet is that the Android approach, so Android today has 84% of the world's market, but you could argue that Apple has the majority of the profit, at least in the handset business. And that's okay with us. We would rather create a huge market and take a minority share of the economics than try to do everything ourselves. But it's early days.
So to make it clear to people who don't really know, or maybe don't quite understand what the open source model means, but it means that you can introduce features, software features that you guys developed. They're developed in-house, but you effectively give away the information that allows other people who homebrew or even other companies, competitors really, I guess, conceal this and integrate that same feature into their own quadcopter, their own drone.
Absolutely, and we make it super easy. We have SDKs and APIs, and it's all GPL and BSD and things like that. So if you want a flying drone, take our software. Use clone hardware if you want; it'll work great. If you want the drone to talk to your phone, well, then you're probably going to end up using some of our proprietary stuff called 3DR services. If you want it to talk to the cloud, then you're getting much deeper onto our proprietary stack. So the answer is we make it really easy for people to create a kind of a simple drone, but as it goes beyond the drone into the data and the cloud, and you get this full stack approach, you tend to get pulled into our ecosystem.
So, because the one I always think of when I think of you guys is follow me or follow smart follow, which is pretty much like a standard default feature now.
Yep.
But what are the sort of ones that you're working on now that are either the ones that are just coming out, or what's the sort of the hot thing?
Yeah. What defines a drone is autonomy, which is to say it's got GPS and sensors and things like that. So what's autonomy good for? Well, on the consumer side, autonomy is good for doing things you couldn't do yourself. Flying, taking off, landing, return to home, things like that. The next thing is, okay, now you're not concerned about the drone, you want to get a video. You want to get cinematic video. Well, what does cinematic aerial video mean? Well, it's not just putting a camera in the sky. It turns out there's a right way and a wrong way to pan and reveal and orbit and things like that smoothly. And so I don't know anything about that. I'm not a Hollywood director. But software knows how to become a Hollywood director. So this week, we're announcing a number of new cinematic features. One of them is called multi-point cable cam. So what you do is imagine that you're shooting a movie, right? And there's the primary camera, and you're going to put a human behind that camera. But you also want the secondary cameras, and you want them to kind of like robotically go up, go around this path, because movies are all previs, etc. And then you want it to absolutely do the same path every time, totally repeatable, all times. Or maybe 3 drones do that, or 4 drones. So that's on the Hollywood set. Now imagine you could do this yourself. You say, look, I'm going to be playing soccer with my kids, and this is the shot I would like to see. Sorry?
Football.
Football. Or even football. This is the shot that would be awesome. I want it to go up, I want it to come around here, I want it to pan around, and then pull away. And by the way, I want to be in front of the camera. I want to be in the shot. That's what a multi-point cable can do. We create a virtual cable in the sky, and it smoothly goes into that, flies around, and completely repeatable. And then I push the button, and now I'm the actor in my movie, not the cameraman.
And this is open source, or is this? So I was going to say, because this brings me on to you're talking about Solo, which is your, would you say, a flagship drone or your flagship consumer product?
It's our flagship drone. It's both consumer and enterprise. But yeah, so that particular feature multi-point cable cam, and we have a bunch of others, orbits and follows and things like that. Those are proprietary features built on an open platform.
Would you ever open source them at some point?
Well, you can we absolutely open source the tools to do it, but the particular algorithms that make this really smooth, no, we probably won't open source that. We'll definitely encourage other people to make their own, but so we'll offer a sort of a simple way to do things like Follow Me, but really, really good Follow Me, that's probably going to be ours.
Okay, so you're given a framework, but they've got to put the bricks and the cement on themselves.
It's just like Android. If you want, the basic video pipeline Android, the basic operating system, that's great. If you want to, compete with Google Maps, well, it turns out there's this Google Services layer that you don't have access to, et cetera. So, of course, we're gonna be mostly open, but we're going to retain some elements of proprietary technology that show off what we do the best.
And Solar really is a drone for video, for filming, isn't it? That is, without a doubt, it's not like, it does, you can use it for other things, I'm sure, but you built it with that in mind, right?
We built Solo initially for what's called smart shots, which is to get sort of, like step 1, get the robot to fly, check. Step 2, put a camera on it, check. Step 3, actually make a great video, not so easy. And so this notion of a shot library, this notion of taking the artistic skill set of Hollywood and putting it into software, that became the selling point of Solo, and that's called the smart shots. But what gets really interesting was when you move beyond the consumer context into enterprise. And so what we announced with Autodesk late last year, and we're going to release as a product very soon, is to be able to do mapping and scanning with the same drone, just different software. Push a button, scan the world, imagery goes to the cloud, shows up as a 3D model or 2D model automatically.
So this sort of thing is everyone knows about drones. They fly, you can take videos with them, etc. But there is that whole other side, the enterprise side that you talk about. And mapping, for example, is a really, really good example, isn't it? Because there's technologies now, I think, is it 4... I forget their name. It escaped 4 pixel. But they do mapping software that uses one drone, but it goes back and forth.
Yeah. All right. That'd be called Solo.
Well, as well. But so they can generate 3D images from one camera, and this is something that's going to be kind of a big boost to a whole bunch of industries.
Absolutely. So right now we're working with Autodesk and things like construction sites. So Autodesk makes all the software that people use to design a site. Then the moment you dig the first, shovel of dirt, it's analog. It's no longer digital, and now you've lost the ability to monitor it. So Autodesk has a project called Reality Capture. And what you do is you start digital, it becomes analog, then you re-digitize it with cameras, and those cameras are in drones, and then you turn it into a 3D or 2D model that goes right back into the same CAD file that you started with, and then you can monitor the progress. And so you have construction sites today that have drones flying every day, the exact same path, taking the exact same photos, and you can watch the thing building up over time and spot where it's going off plan or where it's behind plan, things like that.
So I know you have partnerships as well with other companies. Qualcomm's
an investor.
Okay, so tell us a bit more about your relationship with Qualcomm and what it actually means for drones.
So I mentioned at the beginning of our conversation that the reason I got into this is because the iPhone and other smartphones made the core technologies easy, cheap, powerful, accessible. So we bet on, so the original aerospace industry thought that drones were like airplanes minus pilots. And we decided that they were going to be smartphones with propellers. And so every bet we make basically sort of says, where is the flow of the silicon? Where's Moore's Law moving the fastest? And the answer is in your pocket. With smartphone technology. What's going on with smartphone cameras is amazing. With video pipelines, the wireless communications, the battery life, the processors, the Snapdragon processor that we and others are using, that's the power of a Cray 2. It's amazing. It's a supercomputer in your pocket. So we're like, okay, we're going to basically use smartphone technology in an aerospace context. And so we partnered with, so we took investment from Qualcomm, and we're standardizing on the Snapdragon platform, which has things like computer vision, sense and avoid, really a powerful long-distance wireless stacks, things like that.
So, again, Qualcomm investment and enterprise, that's all good. But what about me? I like to fly. What are these sort of innovations? What's the sort of trickle down that I'm going to see in the next 5 years, whatever?
Yeah, sense and avoid is the big one. So right now, you take a drone in the air and people say, terrific, how do you do that? And so, originally you said, hey, I learned skills and I use sticks. And then you say, well, then I push a button. And they say, oh, that's amazing. How does it avoid trees? And the answer is it doesn't. It hits trees. It's like, well, when's it going to be smart enough to avoid trees? And the answer is, well, how well? We can avoid, every one of us can avoid some things some of the time. But can we avoid all things all the time? That's called scene awareness, sense and avoid. And that's the same problem that autonomous cars are trying to solve. And it is a really hard problem to do, telephone lines, things like that. So you need cameras, you need radar, you need LiDAR, you need infrared, you need sonar, you need all the above going in all directions. And the ability to fuse all that data and come up with a real-time sense of the world around you so granular that you would avoid a telephone line all the time, that's the hard problem. And the reason you want this is because, the droid you are looking for is this is this little robot that just minds its own business. That you don't have to fly it. It just figures out a way to get the job done. Now, maybe for you it's video, or maybe for security it's following you around. In an enterprise context, it's mapping and scanning. But the point is that it doesn't need GPS. If you got GPS, great. But like you can navigate CES with your eyes. That was 2 million years of evolution. And we're going to try to do that in about 2 years.
In about 2 years. So are you suggesting that maybe the next product, the next Solo 2 or Duo, whatever you want to call it, I'll let you have that one for free, it's going to have this sort of technology?
Absolutely. In 2015, all drones had GPS and some autonomy. 2016, all drones are going to have Linux and sort of more and more advanced AI. By the end of 2016, I would expect, or 2017, CES 2017, I would expect that most of the drones you see here will have some ability to navigate without GPS.
And I think we're sort of going to wrap up, so just one more thing. You said you've only had a quick look at the drones. There's plenty of them here. Tell me what your favorite thing is.
My favorite one was a company, so aside from our own, we're not actually demonstrating here except for in the Qualcomm booth. There's a company called Xirotech. Weirdly, in China it's with a Z. Here it's Xiro.
Okay.
And they have this adorable little drone with folding arms that uses a Snapdragon chip. I don't even know what it's called yet, but it comes in like a little bag, and it's super cute. It's small. It's light. It's safe. It's got Snapdragon. I love it.
Does it have a camera?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And I think that's about like I said, that's all we've got time for. Pretty excited to see what you're doing next with 3DR. Thanks for coming along and joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, and you might want to hang around because coming up next we've got David Polk and Engadget Editor-in-Chief Michael Gorman. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are live from the Engadget stage. I am Michael Gorman, editor-in-chief, and joining me, we have a very special guest, author, journalist, founder of Yahoo Tech, David Pogue. How are you doing, David?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you for
Is
joining me.
that loud enough for you?
Yeah.
Sound
Right
guy's
here?
going, yeah.
We got it? Okay. So, what brings you to CES this year, David?
It was Delta Flight 413. Thank you. I'll be here till Thursday.
All
Thank
right. No turbulence?
You know, I feel like CES has been the same for a number of years, and I really feel like there's finally some new stuff. You know, I feel like self-driving cars finally became real.
Yep.
I feel like once America had upgraded their TVs to HD TV, what, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, the TV industry was like, oh crap, no one's buying TVs anymore. So we need to come up with another thing that will make everybody junk their TVs and buy new ones.
Yes.
So first there was 3D TV at this show for 4 years. I could have told them that would fail.
Yeah.
Then it was 4K, which, I mean, everybody in the industry knows.
It still is 4K, by the way.
Still is 4K.
Yeah.
Still is indistinguishable at a distance of 8 feet. Anyway, and now there's curved TVs because a lot of us live in igloos, and that's what we need. You know. So, anyway, so I'm finally happy to say that this year's push, the high dynamic range TV, really is a thing. That really is worth it. That really has a chance. I think that. I mean, that's something that you can see the first time you look.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. So tell me, what is it? What is HDR like?
So we all know that, photographers know that when you use a digital camera, a sensor these days can only capture a tiny slice of the range of lights to darks that our eyes can. So for a few years, photographers have done this thing where they take 3 pictures, one that's underexposed, too dark, normal, and one that's overexposed, too bright, and then Photoshop or another app can combine those 3 pictures into one that contains the entire range of lights to darks.
Sure.
So it occurred to someone, and they look really cool.
Yeah.
So it occurred to somebody, you know what we should do? We should do that 30 frames a second and do it for television. Because television cameras also cannot capture the entire range of color and the entire gamut of lights to darks.
Right.
So LG is really the big proponent here. LG sells OLED televisions, which happen to already have the capacity to show greater ranges of colors and lights and darks. So they're like, thank you, God! This new thing just fell into their lap. Like, we have TVs ready to go. So, of course, as with any of these things, you have to have stuff to watch. So they've been making deals with YouTube and Netflix and Amazon and Dish and cable companies, trying to get them to agree to broadcast stuff in high dynamic range format. High dynamic range, of course, is too geeky a term for the masses. So the people who bring you CES, the Consumer Technology Association, just a couple days ago has announced the new consumer-friendly name for high dynamic range. You ready for this? Ultra HD Premium.
Hey-oh, that means it's better.
It must mean it's
premium
better.
means it's better.
That's right. So the point is, I feel like there are some things here this year that really are new and really are useful.
So is that the highlight that you've seen thus far at HDR? Or is there anything else that you've seen that's really stood out to you?
So, I mean, the self-driving car thing excites me no end. I mean, it really works, and I've driven these things or let them drive me, and they're, I mean, as you know, Google has driven 1.8 million miles in their sample self-driving cars without a single accident. Actually, technically they've been in 11 accidents, but all 11 was when the car was stopped at a light and some idiot rear-ended them. This is true. So Google's opinion is the only thing stopping us from achieving complete car safety is getting rid of the steering wheel.
Right.
That's what they want to do. But
human error.
The government is not so crazy about that. But anyway, but even now, today you can buy cars that stay in the lane themselves, that do stop-and-go traffic by themselves, that park themselves. So we're so close. And I personally can't wait. I can't.
But don't we have a fairly big gap to bridge right now? Like the driver assist technologies, they've been around, they're working really well now. But like the fully autonomous vehicles, I feel like there's still so much chaos in the urban environment. I know I don't know if you saw this, but NVIDIA rolled out with a new like supercomputer liquid cooled with huge amounts of processing power, basically built to deal with like pedestrians and all the crazy stuff that happens, the unpredictability of city streets. So, like, do you have any indication of that we're getting close to that? Because most of the stuff I feel like I've heard it's 5 years off for fully self-driving cars.
So we know that all of them, Ford, Audi, Mercedes, Volkswagen, Toyota, they all have self-driving cars now in the lab. So at this point, it's a matter of fine-tuning and I mean, so it was for Yahoo Autos that I did all this testing of what we have now, and they're for sale now. And I drove from their test site to the Detroit airport without
touching the
wheel. I mean, it beeps at you if you take your hands off the wheel, but I didn't operate the wheel or the pedals, and I drove all the way. So, I mean, I think we're closer than people think. So I would guess. I mean, I would say I'm always the guy who says it's farther off than you think.
Right.
But in this instance, I think it is 5 years away that they'll be for sale, and 10 years worst case, because I've driven them, I've seen them, and they're the ones that are for sale now. The only thing they can't do now is turn for you.
Right.
That's the last building block. And other than that, all I have to do is hook up the GPS and you're done.
So the related question to that is, of course, like the reason that these cars are able to drive themselves is that we've gotten much better generally at artificial intelligence. Should we be terrified of roads filled with self-driving cars and machines controlling how we get to and fro?
Yeah, people say to me all the time, I don't want to share my road with some computer. And I always say, I don't want to share my road with you. Like, people are the worst drivers. According to the latest statistics, 100% of car accidents today are caused by people. So I personally cannot wait. I mean,
so you're not concerned about our robot overlords?
Not in cars.
Okay.
Now, the AI stuff, I mean, I also dismiss all the worries like they're going to turn on us, but there's some just amazing, amazing minds who are actually in the industry who have, joined up with the MIT guy to worry about putting brakes on AI.
Yeah.
And he's saying that, look, when we invented fire, it was okay to make mistakes here and there because you can just put the fire out.
Yep.
But with AI, we don't have that luxury. If things go haywire, it's over.
Yeah.
So he's not saying that robot overlords will take over. He's saying as we go, let's be as careful as we can.
Yeah, and he's also advocating like not just technical people being involved, but like philosophers, the ethics of all of this stuff. That's kind of very interesting.
Max
Tegmark.
Tegmark,
I think is
yes,
the guy.
Max Tegmark.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with AI, there's a lot of companies working on this, and we're seeing it kind of worm its way into all sorts of places. But particularly with cars, like you said, Google has 1.8 million miles worth of data hovering in the cloud, controlling their car, so that every car basically has the collective smarts of it. Does it concern you that, obviously, if all of that's somewhere on a server, that means it can be accessed? We've seen a lot of this the past year, particularly the past couple of years, a lot of hacks, a lot of security breaches. Is that something we should be concerned about, do you think?
So I feel like the privacy thing is very much a generational thing.
Okay.
Like, young people, if offered the chance to get something useful for free, they're like, okay, go for it. Like how Google Maps color codes the roads of your route so you know what the traffic is like? That's amazing. Have you ever wondered how they do that? They don't have sensors in the roads. The way they're doing that is they're monitoring the positions of those hundreds of millions of Android phones in our pockets and tracking their location. In aggregate, anonymized, they don't know it's your name. But young people are like, that's clever, that's cool. Give me free traffic.
Right.
And their parents are like, oh, that's spying, that's terrible. But you know what? Those people are dying off.
That's true. You give it another 20 years, everybody's going to be accustomed to this, right?
Do you remember when Gmail came out? 200 times the storage of Hotmail or Yahoo Mail for free.
It blew people's minds.
Right. If you were willing to have ads on the side pertaining to the subject matter of your email. And older people were like, oh my God, that's spying. People are reading my messages. And their children were like, oh, for God's sake, Dad, it's an algorithm. No person is chill out. It's 200 times the storage for free.
Yeah.
So I feel like that tide is turning. That the credit card hacks, that kind of thing is sort of a different issue, I think.
Yeah.
But what you're talking about is the voluntary submitting of personal data in exchange for useful stuff, and that's I'm with the younger set. I'm like, give it to me. Give me the free stuff.
That makes
Take
sense
my
to me.
data.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's talk about some other things. We've covered cars here at CES. Let's talk about VR. There's been a lot of news already in the show that's kind of come out. So generally, what do you think of VR as it stands now and the potential you see for it going forward?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm not going to be popular here, but I think it's overhyped.
Okay.
So
Do
it's
tell.
really, really cool. And for games, it's going to be amazing, right? To be inside the game and doing barrel rolls and all that.
Right.
But people are saying this is a revolution in movies. This is a revolution in real estate. It was like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, so movies, my problem with this idea of surround movies is, you noting backstage, it's fiendishly difficult to film.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a crew anywhere in the shot, anywhere. It's really hard to shoot a regular movie and keep the crew out of the shot, and you're only looking one way.
Not to mention like lighting 360 degrees.
Yeah, yeah. So it's, if anything, it's going to be a niche thing.
Yeah.
And the other problem is, if you're gonna make a movie, you have to tell a story. You have to tell a story. You have to direct the audience's attention to the story elements that tell the story.
Right.
And you would like the entire audience to have seen the same story.
Yeah.
None of that can happen if Caesar was being stabbed over here while you were looking at the Parthenon over here.
Right.
You're going to miss the key elements. You're not going to hear the dialogue. So Ben Silverman is Yahoo Tech's games columnist. He's fantastic. And we had this big debate at dinner last night. And he goes, no, but that's it. The movies will be done cleverly so that wherever you're looking, it'll make a story for you, and you'll be able to interact. You'll be able to pick up an object or pick up a gun and shoot somebody. I'm like, that's called a game.
Yeah. Choose your own adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's not unlike Myst or something
like that. That's not a
like
movie.
that.
That's a game. Yeah, so, and the other thing people are missing, I think, is how massively expensive these things are, right? Oculus announced the price today, $600 just for the goggles. Just for the goggles.
Yep.
It doesn't include the games you need to buy, and it doesn't include the $1,500 PC it has to be plugged into.
Yeah.
It's like, is anyone talking about that? So it's like $2,500 entry ticket for VR games, and everyone's like, oh, it's going to change gaming in America. Well, for rich people.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, where is the price point where you think it becomes a more compelling kind of proposition?
So, well, here's what's interesting. I think, and again, I give credit to Ben Silverman for this observation. There are the ones like, you know, the Google Card, Samsung Gear and the Google Cardboard, where your phone is the screen, that are much less expensive, much less horsepower, but not as good. But the one thing that everyone's missing is Sony's. They've sold how many hundreds of millions of PlayStations?
Yep.
Those people already have the computer they need.
Yeah.
So they're, you know, as good as the best ones, but you just plug it in to something you already own. You don't need the $1,500 computer. So I think that's going to be the stealth winner of the first versions of, like, you know, these Oculus Rifts are going to look like sunglasses in 3 years.
Yeah.
So we're going to pay $600 for these things that look like you've strapped a boot onto your face or something, you know? I feel that way about people who bought the $10,000 Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? 1 year later, they're thinner, longer battery life.
And it's obsolete.
You know.
Yep. So there was one thing, there is another thing that I want to touch on. Like, one of the issues with VR that I have long been worried about, in just the gaming context, is you've got this thing on your face, and you can't see where you're going. And ideally, you know, for it to be fully immersive or whatever, you're walking around your apartment, your home, whatever. How do you avoid running into stuff? Have you seen HTC's new thing?
Yeah, so there's the, oops, oh dear, oh my God.
We're fine, we have an apple juice
I just
spill.
apple juice
It's
on
okay.
the $1,000 shoes of Michael Gorman.
We're
I'm
still on
so
track.
Sorry.
It's okay. We'll bill you for
my
that
God.
later, David. It's all
Napkin!
good. Yeah.
Medic! Sorry
We're
about
good.
that.
It's all good.
It's not urine, I promise you. Okay.
It just looks like it, but we're okay.
Yeah, so the Microsoft one, the HoloLens and the Vive, they let you see both the virtual world superimposed on your real world.
Yes.
And that's very cool. It means you can actually walk around in the scene, not just turn your head, but walk.
Yeah.
The flip side is that's even more of a commitment than the $1,500 computer, because you have to set up little transmitters around your game room. I mean, we have trouble getting our spouses to permit us to put surround sound speakers in our TV room.
Yeah.
Now we're going to, oh, honey, we're just going to dedicate this room to my gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
sure
not-
you are.
We'll call it the holodeck, David.
Yeah, the holodeck, that's
Yeah.
right.
Okay,
That's right.
so we're almost done here. You've been to many CESs, right? You've been here before. So for the folks listening in the audience out here, do you have any tips for surviving CES? What do the people need to know to get through the week, hopefully healthy and not worn down by the show?
Yes, I have, stay hydrated, get sleep, but I have a mental psychological tip.
Ooh, okay.
That changed my life last year. So every year we come to the show, every year I would write this really snarky article about these idiotic companies spending billions of dollars on technologies that I could tell you now will never see the light of day. I mean, I could have told you that 3D television would not catch on. I could have told you that curved TVs are not going to be a thing in 10 years. I'm telling you now, okay? Yeah. So what is their deal? Why are they spending so much? And then I had this epiphany. So in my younger days, I was a personal computer trainer to the stars. I lived in New York. I go to these fancy apartments and teach them their computers. Okay. So William Goldman is the guy who wrote The Princess Bride and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and Misery and all these great books. I go to his apartment. He's got the first editions of these books on the shelf next to like 30 books no one's heard of. And I'm like, Mr. Goldman, what are those? And he goes, oh, those are my flops. And he goes, when I'm writing a book, I do one every other year or so. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be a hit. I don't know. I put the same energy into every book. Right. But the public tells me later if it was a hit or a miss. You can't predict, and you can't predict Broadway shows, and you can't predict movies, and you can't predict products. Yeah. All you can do is crank out 10 of them to find out which 2 are going to be successful. And I'm like, oh my God, it's true. 80% of everything is crap. But you have to put out all 10 to find the 2 that are winners. Right. So ever since I had that observation, CES has been a much different experience. It's been like, I see what you were trying for, and good for you for toying around and trying to make something work.
That seems inappropriate. We're in Vegas. You got to gamble, right? You got to spend money to make money.
That's exactly right.
All right. Well, that's it. Thank you for joining us, David. That's all we've got for now. So stay tuned. We've got more coming live here in Las Vegas from CES 2016. Thanks, y'all.
Welcome back to the Engadget stage here at CES 2016. I am Associate Editor Billy Steele. Joining me is host of our daily show, in case you missed it, Carrie Davis. Carrie.
Hey everybody, welcome.
And with us on the stage now, we have a special guest. He is the general manager from the Axis Theater at Planet Hollywood, which is home to the Britney Spears Residency right now here in Vegas. Tex Dyke. Tex, welcome to the Engadget stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, guys.
So to get this kicked off, we really wanted to talk to Tex about what makes a really good concert in Vegas. I don't know if any of you or at home have ever seen a concert in Vegas, but it's not just somebody standing on a stage singing anymore. It's this crazy, immersive, incredible experience. And so to get that feel, Tex was kind enough to send me and a few other Engadgeters. Billy.
I missed it.
Yeah. You really missed it.
Yeah, I know. I saw the pictures. I'm actually really bummed that I missed it.
Yeah, we saw some Britney Spears, guys, and it was really, really good. Unfortunately, we only caught maybe the last 25 minutes because of plane delays and rushing in. And I was like, Britney, man, get me to Britney. So we barely made the last chunk, and it was incredible. So let's talk about the tech behind a show like that. Oh, good. Let's watch her dance. You guys, she's so good. Maybe talk about the run of shows. So how long will Britney be performing at Planet Hollywood? These sorts of contracts, because it is really good for the artist to be in one place, right? You can do so much more than a traveling tour.
Yeah, very true. So we thankfully just re-signed Britney for another 2 years. So we will get to have her in the theater through the end of 2017, which everyone was very happy about, very excited about.
All the Britney.
Hopefully she is as well. But yeah, it's the residency concept is something that definitely seems to suit certain artists. Sometimes it's because of where they're at in their career, and other times it's because their interests are shifting a little bit more towards their family, and this type of concept allows them to spend more time with their family. Obviously, lets them be on the road less, which can be very, very demanding and very grueling. And really lets them design something that doesn't have to be loaded in and loaded out every night or after every couple nights. It can be something that they can take their time putting into the venue and take their time getting it back out, which usually means it's much more elaborate and complex than most of the tours.
Yes, I definitely got that vibe. Much more elaborate than seeing a concert that's touring. Let's talk about that, because say the background, we can see some of it right now. The projectors that go, it's 200 degrees that they cover?
Yeah, they span a little over 200 degrees, and they project mapped out synchronized images pretty much over the entire proscenium, and then they span over pretty much the entire viewpoint of the audience, and it was designed that way to really give the audience a truly immersive feel, like they were immersed within the show itself. It involves 60 20K projectors, and that was a little quirk at the beginning when we were just initially loading in the show. At some point, someone on our side had thought they were referencing 16 projectors. Turned out it was 60, which was something that no one on our side and not many people in the industry are really familiar with a projection experience that elaborate, and it's an awesome touch. Hopefully you enjoyed that part of it.
I loved it. That's all I'm going to say the rest of the interview.
So the venue itself, the layout of the seating is pretty unique to Las Vegas. We talked a little bit about that before. If you could just speak to that briefly.
Yeah, sure. So it's a great theater. It's kind of a theater proper, which again, with a show of this magnitude and this scale, it would typically end up in an arena environment, which in my opinion has a little bit more of kind of a generic or a little bit staler approach, instead of like a very proper, warm theater with exceptional sight lines, exceptional acoustics. And that, in conjunction with some changes that we made during our renovation of the theater, which added a like a VIP section very close to the stage,
Real
which
close.
is unusual.
That's where I got to be. Real close. That VIP.
Very,
She's
very
right.
close.
I mean, you really do feel like you could reach out and touch her.
Yeah,
Probably
and
people do.
Yeah,
I held it in. But
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. But yeah, that was the idea between how close it sits to the stage and then a thrust concept that Brittany came up with that allows her to come all the way out right in front of this VIP section, which involves a VIP table and couch set up with full bottle service and whatnot. So it's a really interesting hybrid kind of between a nightclub experience and a concert experience that I've never come across in the concert industry, and that combined with the proximity of how close you are to the performer and to the dancers and the action, it's really something unique and special.
So let's talk about that LED wall that she had behind her. So we have this lovely little display. Brittany's got a lot more. Brittany has people in the right places. It's what is it again? 2,100 square feet.
Yeah, so it's a total of 2,100 square feet of Wind Vision 9mm LED walls. It's a combination of 4 of them. 2 of them we have in static positions so they don't move, and 2 of them are in a tracking position so they can open and close. Another unique feature that allows set changes to be a little bit more fluid and easy as far as bringing things in and out. But it's very high quality. The panels themselves, the 2 static ones, are approximately 15 feet wide by 25 feet tall, and then the 2 larger tracking walls are 20 feet wide by about 30 feet tall. So it's a lot going on with there. Brittany supplements that with some additional LED surfaces. And again, going back to that immersive feel, as you probably saw, it's really just a visually overwhelming experience from a video standpoint. It works great.
From a logistics standpoint, when you move to those LED backdrops and moving LED screens over, say, like stage props, does that make things logistically a little easier for you guys?
It absolutely does for us from the venue standpoint, and I think it does even more so from the artist standpoint. The versatility that comes with that as far as being able to change the mood or the theme of the show very easily, and being able to do that across the whole visual spectrum without significant set changes and bringing pieces in and out. That flexibility is very important, and we see that more and more, both obviously within these resident shows, but also with standard touring shows that come through. They obviously take advantage of that, and we see kind of a continual tilt towards putting more emphasis on the video and specifically the LED components of the creation of these and the design of these tours than kind of some of the older standard physical props and set pieces and whatnot. And it's a great effect, and when it's done right, it really creates a special concert for sure.
So although I would love to talk about Brittany all day, that's not the only performer you have. You have 2 other residents.
We actually have 3 new residents now. So we have Jennifer Lopez. She'll be launching her residency in the same venue at the Axis at Planet Hollywood in a few weeks, actually. So right in the thick of getting that geared up. We have Lionel Richie this year for a total of 20 shows, 2 chunks of 10 shows. And then we just recently announced another set of 7 shows with Pitbull. We're calling that a limited engagement. Right. As opposed to a full-blown residency. Right. Sometimes people ask that question, what constitutes a residency versus something like this. It depends who you ask and what they want it classified. But between those 3 artists and Brittany, that's already, that puts us at 125 shows for 2016, which is a significant volume of shows, especially for a theater that size, and it's hopefully it works out great.
If the folks attending CES want to go see the show, what's their best opportunity to do that?
Well, our exclusive ticketing partner is Ticketmaster, so usually the easiest and most seamless methods are going through Ticketmaster. Obviously, we have full box office and ticketing services at the venue itself, and then a couple other ticketing partners throughout town. So we try to make it as kind of as easy and accessible as possible. And obviously, anyone who would to like to come see it, we'd be happy to have them and hopefully show them a good time.
And shows this week, though. This weekend?
None. We have a corporate event tomorrow night, and then we're actually dark.
man.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. And then from Friday all the way through a kind of a dress rehearsal with Jennifer Lopez on the 18th, where we're going to be loading in that show.
So you sneak in the back and you catch a little preview.
A little J-Lo? Is that my next concert at Planet Hollywood?
It absolutely should be. That's for sure.
I mean, let's talk after. One thing we didn't touch on that I think might be worthwhile is all of the dancers. So Britney's amazing. Of course, the backdrops are amazing. It's really a she is a performer, and you can tell. But how many dancers does she have, and how many people does it take to put on a show like that behind the scenes?
Yeah, it's significant. You know, the total crew size is definitely significant. I want to say on their end, they probably have a core crew of between 25 and 30 crew members, and
in the back, like moving things.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, you know, assigned to different aspects of the technical operations.
I saw like when the tree comes out and she's up in the tree singing, and then the tree retracts. There's somebody making that happen.
Every bit of it, bit of it. Several people for the most part, and then from a lighting standpoint and video and all of that.
That is all the time we have. Unfortunately, we could probably talk about this the rest of the evening, but we have more stuff coming up in just a few minutes. So. Stay tuned at Engadget.com.
Engadget has touched down in Vegas for CES, and unlike doing our usual where we track all our steps using wrist-worn health trackers, this time we decided to do something a little different. 8 of us will be wearing Hexoskin's biometric health tracking shirts, and that means to sleep in everything for the first half of the week. We'll see how we do, but the whole idea is that it collects data from everything. So given the usual CES grind, I predict a big decline. We have people of varied fitness abilities, and some of them will be working out while they're here, some of them will not be, but they will be walking a lot. So let's see how they do.
Oh my God!
You don't have to build a shelf drop. How about that?
I feel like a pumpkin in a condom right now, and I think I like it.
Download the app.
Yes, I'm listening.
Can you download the app and try to sync it?
Yeah.
Okay. The trend seems to be wearing health trackers actually inside clothing, with manufacturers like Nike among them. We picked this shirt to try because it's a small company, but it's been around for 2 years now, so we really want to see what it can do.
Yes, there's an instructional video. Yep, that's it. You're good.
The sensors connect to skin inside the shirt and can collect additional information wrist-worn trackers cannot get to. The newest of these is the ability to track respiration even overnight. The app syncs with iOS and Android.
So I like wearing the fitness trackers and stuff because I like counting my steps. I like quantifying things. I like data. I'm a big nerd. And at the end of the day, if I get to look at my wrist and say, oh, I burned a whole bunch of calories, it makes me feel better about my terrible eating habits.
This week I'm using the Apple Watch also, just because I know I'm not going to be doing proper exercise much, but I'm going to be walking around a lot, so I'd feel a little better about myself knowing how many steps I'm taking.
I'm thrilled by the prospect of having even more data. I think I'm going to look like an idiot in it.
The data will reflect that I'm spending the entire week locked in a trailer, barely moving from my seat. It's just going to be a lot of flat lines of nothing.
What are we doing? Like jumping jacks? I can feel the shirt capturing all my data.
In the shirts, the sensors are located in 2 bands, one at the chest level and one at the waist level. So that's where the breathing sensors and the cardiac sensors are located. And the activity sensor is located in the electronic device that is on the right side of your waist. In the case of Smart Fabric, what we have in the shirt is what we call dry electrodes. So they will work well under good skin conditions, which are usually the moist skin conditions that you'll have when you practice a sport such as running or cycling. And the shirts now can connect to a bunch of third-party apps for fitness, such as Strava and Runkeeper. So what you want to know is not only how good you are today, but how you evolve in time. We have many different types of users. So we have users who play in the NBA or the NHL, and we have users who are passionate about running and cycling. But we also have users who don't do any sports at all.
Hello and welcome to the Engadget stage here at CES 2016. We wore those shirts. We tried real hard to wear those shirts. Joining me here is Terrence O'Brien and Michael Gorman. Some of the great 3, I guess.
The big 3.
The people
the greatest.
The great.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to put it.
We've already failed. A lot of people didn't continue wearing them, but I feel like we 3.
We tried. We tried. We did better than most, at the very least.
Yes. I got a full day's worth of data.
How's that data treating you?
Not well. Apparently, I'm going to have a heart attack at any given point in time. I'm not sure if it was tracking my stuff in the most accurate way, but I know that like my heart rate was up in like over 150 for most of the time that I had the shirt on.
That sounds like CES.
Yeah.
So let's start and talk about how there's a whole thing into even putting these shirts on, and not even exclusive to Hexoskin, the shirts we all wore. But the connections are very important, and they have to be really tight. So go.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I felt like I was wearing Spanx all week.
Yeah.
It was like a wearable lap band surgery, basically.
Yeah, I think that those shirts are really the only people they're flattering on are like professional athletes.
Hate those people.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, my stomach is moved into my chest permanently. But I mean, also, while you can wear them, you're not supposed to, right?
That's okay. So yeah, so we all, the first day I wore that shirt like I meant it.
Yep.
I had like chafing
I rarely wear shirts like I mean, and I'm just kind of half-assing my shirts.
into the shirt. That sounds like you.
You just do it for professional reasons.
Yeah.
So it's very important. There are these bands that he talked about in the video. And the sensors are key because they collect your heart rate and respiration.
Yep.
And in the app, it is cool when it's on and synced. You can actually see yourself breathe, which
it
is
spikes
weird.
when you breathe deep. That's a little creepy.
Yeah.
I was like,
But
every time.
so the problem was they have to be so tight, and they would say dampen the sensors, right? I found out, I wore the thing 24 hours without getting it to work.
Yeah.
And then I realized dampen meant just make it totally soaking wet.
Yeah.
And then it got it to work.
Well, because ironically, I mean, the shirts are meant to be working out, so I guess it makes sense that they would work better when you sweat. I think
Apparently,
it's kind of based on that
exercise is good.
Go figure. Who needs that?
There is none of that at CES.
No.
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 It's a lot of bad food, though.
But there's walking.
Yeah.
For
Lots
some of you.
walking. Yeah.
So how did you both use the shirt?
I mean, I guess I squeezed myself into it, and I wore it around for the entire day on Sunday when we were doing some of the big pre-show events. So I was running around Mandalay Bay and showstoppers and stuff. We did some run-throughs at the stage, but mostly it was sitting and
typing?
Sitting and
Okay.
typing at the trailer. So, but even still, like I was checking in on my heart rate and everything every so often, and my resting heart rate is normally like pretty good, like normally high 50s. It's been like almost 80 the entire week so far.
It's good to know. Michael, how about you?
So first off, I just want to say I love that there is a how-to video how to put on a shirt for these things.
This of all of the shirts though that needs a
You
how-to
do need
video,
it.
this one.
As you could see in the video earlier, Christopher Trout was having some real problems just putting the thing on.
Okay, they're going to roll it behind us.
Yeah.
So enjoy.
So you'll see that. You'll see
enjoy
that.
Chris Trout's naked torso again.
The
You're
struggle.
welcome.
The struggle is real, y'all. But I put it on, and I was wearing, like, I did a little bit more moving around, I think, than Terrence did. It's largely kind of uncomfortable. Like, the fact that they have the sensors, like, the one right across your chest and the other one across, like, there's seams in the bands that kind of rub you in places you might not want to be rubbed, let's say. It chafes a little bit. That's
Nobody
basically
wants
what
it.
I'm getting at.
Let's look at your information
can
on
see
the
what I
app.
did
I
here.
want to see how Michael actually did, because
Yes.
the self-reporting it never works out like you
No.
hope.
So we can see I have my one day. All I did was work,
Good
which
job.
is appropriate for CES.
Good job with the working.
So you can see my heart rate spiked at 202, apparently.
That is pretty much like cardiac arrest. You were
Don't
about
die
to
on us, please. You might
Yep.
witness the death of our editor-in-chief.
This is my last CES. Yeah, so it looks like that was only for 9 minutes. Most of the
just 9
time
minutes.
it was resting, for most of the time I was around in the 70s. it
That's
looks like.
terrifying. I didn't realize it was that high.
Well, I think that might have been a little bit because because mine was working, I didn't have to wet the sensors or anything. So it was picking it up, but I talked to the Hexoskin folks very briefly about that, and they're like, you may not get as accurate a results if it's not wet. So mine was functional, but
I
it wasn't
see.
functioning
I see.
properly, it sounds like.
So I slept in mine because I needed somebody to sleep in it because that was my whole thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
no one's going to. So I
Sure.
finally dampened the whole thing, got into bed, froze, and slept for 5.5 beautiful CES hours. And it picked it up. It's actually really cool. There is something about data that's just really cool to see.
It's really gratifying. Like, even if it's not particularly useful in the immediate, like, because you have to figure out a way to act upon that data. But it's still very gratifying. You just see, yes, I slept exactly that many hours. I was in a very restful sleep for this portion of it.
It was terrible. Yeah, it's terrible sleep.
So how was sleeping it in the shirt?
It was fine.
You weren't uncomfortable?
I know, I was totally, because, right, think about it, you're moving a lot less. So I was getting chafed before when I wore it for that entire day because all the movement. But yeah, sleeping what? Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Just tossing and turning.
I find that really hard to believe. But
I
good
swear
on
it
you.
was fine.
Yeah.
So let's talk about and the other reason we wanted to wear these shirts is because there is this trend. Wearables are going to be in fabric. It's not going to chafe for much longer.
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
Have you seen any other things like that or interested in other things? Terrence, I know you've tried other wearable shirts.
Yeah, I tried out Polo has a very similar one. It's a much thicker fabric. You're definitely not fitting it underneath anything. Like this, at least, is a pretty thin fabric. You
Yeah.
can wear it under normal human clothes.
That was the nice thing, yeah.
So that was good. Like nobody necessarily would know I was wearing it underneath everything. The Polo one's a significantly thicker fabric. And they're all very similar in that they have these sensors built in. And a weird thing, their sensor doesn't plug in. It has like snaps that you have to do,
Yeah, snaps.
which is like weird. It's like trying to
Ugh.
it's like trying to buckle jeans on the side of your body. It's not great.
So- Okay.
So what I'm hearing is that we've got a ways to go before wearables that you are clothing or not quite there yet.
I think the big thing that a lot of them are going to have to figure out, though, is this comfort thing. Like, because this is a step in the right direction. You know, the Polo one isn't, like, abysmal. I didn't put it on and immediately go, oh, God, this has to come off,
Yeah.
except for when I saw myself in the mirror, which is a very different story.
Nobody wants to hear it. Sorry, y'all.
This is not a therapy session for your
No,
body
please,
positions,
God, just
Terrence.
because it's a couch. But so just to say, it was a challenge for us. We wanted to wear them as long as possible, but the idea behind them is that you wear them for a workout and you take it off. So then it's probably nothing bad is happening.
Because I was going to say, like, when I wore mine for the full day, I mean, the little tracking brain in the shirt was out of juice by the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have been able to wear it to sleep in even if I wanted to. You got to choose one or the other.
That is a good time to tell you about what's going on with Hexoskin.
Let's hear it.
So that shirt that we wore was actually launched about 2 years ago.
Okay.
But at this CES, they have a new one, which is basically the same, and even the computer, the module, looks the same, but it has a much longer battery life. So that must have been a complaint they'd heard.
Very important.
So if you are interested in Hexoskin, you can get the shirt and a kit for $400.
Yeah.
Some people want multiple shirts, like serious athlete types.
Yeah.
Like me and you.
Well, you're not doing laundry every day. You can't be wearing a
Right.
stinky shirt.
That you need to be damp.
Yep.
Just the shirt is $169.
Okay.
What's cool about these shirts is they NASA astronauts wear them. A bunch of professional athletes wear them. They have deals with other like people where they need these metrics at all times
To
you know.
improve their performance. And what have you.
Astronauts. So say you are applying to be an astronaut in the space program and you're rejected ridiculously, you can wear a shirt and feel almost as good.
Yeah, you can practice.
Practice. Discover the moon.
It is. It's very good to practice.
Yeah. Practice being an astronaut by wearing a shirt.
I do it every day. I've got like a helmet that I put on. I walk around my apartment.
That's
with
good.
it on. It's
While
pretty
you're
cool.
shirtless, though.
Scare the crap out of my
apparently.
dogs. It's good.
Any final thoughts? Health tracking, future.
So I feel like for what we did, I think it's pretty clear given that Hexoskin actually has their stuff on astronauts and people that are professionals and care about
Yeah, I
their
mean, and
bodies.
I think that's sort of the thing is a lot of this stuff, even though it's cool to see at CES and we're trying it out, it's not really made for the average person. Like all of this stuff, like it's really expanding this idea of wearables and all of the data you're collecting, and it's useful to people like NASA, but ultimately a lot of it is probably going to be lost on the average American who just wants to go out and go for a run and call it a day.
Right. And they just want their heart rate
Yeah.
in their little
Like,
wristband.
This is good enough.
But I mean, it is interesting. You know, I think as the technology gets better, battery life gets better, everything gets smaller, the circuits are better, and sensors are better integrated into the clothing. You know, I mean, we've been seeing this for a few years now, where we see the shirts coming out. Hexoskin's a couple years old, but it's getting better. I think that's the big takeaway. I mean, if you'd have shown that shirt 5 years ago, none of that would have been possible. So in another 5 years, it may be more like a regular shirt where you've got conductive thread running through it and sensors that are just woven into it, and it's far less obtrusive for folks wearing it.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the day when, so the sleep number bed that's here at CES, you know how they have the sensors in it where it can track your heart rate and all those biometrics?
Yep.
So theoretically, we're going to be so like scanned and measured, and there's going to be an app that culls it all. Good times.
What a magical future that will be.
All right, so we're going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for joining us here at Engadget CES. We have way more coming at you, and our live show continues through Saturday. So you'll see, this is just going to go downhill.
Yep.
My prediction.
We're all going to start looking more and more ragged with each day.
I don't
Dark
know.
circles under our eyes.
You already do.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I only get better with age.
Bye, y'all. Thank you.
See ya.
And welcome back to CES 2016. I am classically trained guitarist Matt Smith, senior editor at Engadget. I'm joined by two of my fellow band members. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Nicole Lee, amateur drummers.
Hi, Veronica Belmont, host of Dear Veronica and expert guitar player, maybe.
Yes, I think our skill is hard to measure in metric terms. So this is the Engadget Video Game Challenge. We're going to be challenging 3 of our readers who are preparing. Some of them are doing press-ups, squats. They're really getting into their physical prime to face the wrath of us 3. This is Rock Band 4 we'll be playing on the PlayStation 4. So we have 2 guitars, 1 lefty guitar, and on drums is Nicole. Are you ready for this, Nicole?
Not at all.
Can we caveat by saying that there are potential Bluetooth issues in the Las Vegas Convention Center, so if we're laggy, it's not our fault.
No, we're actually
It's
very
definitely-
good.
I'm not going to take the blame for that.
It's definitely not a talent issue.
I'm a very good rock band player.
And you,
Just
I like
put
how you
that
naturally just lowered your glasses.
like,
as you said.
just so you know.
So we're going to get started straight away. Who would like to pick the first song? Okay, let's roll down. When you see something you like, just go, yes.
Yeah, something rocky, something rocky.
Do we have the rights to any of this? Just no. Okay, it's okay. All right, my
Is this
producer
streamable?
says it's okay.
Thank you, Heather. We love you, Heather. Okay. Would you like to press green a few times? Green. Tap green. Harder. Okay. Yeah, definitely going to be some technical issues. Here we go. Wow.
I pivoted to left-handed, and it was totally backwards. Like the buttons weren't the way they were supposed
It was the
to be.
it's the guitar's fault. It's the damn guitar's fault.
What is that?
We're gonna give it one more try, but
Nothing worked.
let's go to no fail mode so you can at least listen to the music.
Are the stickers even on right? What is going on?
Is this mic on? Oh.
Yeah. Which?
Here we go, guys.
Oh, God.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you, it's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can fall apart. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Oh, Thursday doesn't even start, it's Friday, I'm in love. Saturday, Sunday always comes too late, and Friday never hesitates. I don't care if Monday's instead it's Friday, I'm in love. Saturday, wait. Sunday always comes too late, but Friday never hesitates. Dressed up to the eyes, it's a wonderful surprise to see your shoes and your spirits rise. Throw out your frown and just smiling at the sound. Sick as a sheep spinning round and round. Always take a big bite, it's such a gorgeous sight to see you eat in the middle of the night. You can never get enough of this stuff. It's Friday, I'm in love. I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday, I'm in love. Monday, you can fall apart. Tuesday and Wednesday break my heart. Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday, I'm in love.
So the game is not in sync. I don't know if anybody noticed that, hopefully.
I think we covered up with our immense talent.
Yeah. 6%. Okay, I think our readers might do better, or they
Yeah.
might realize that the game is not synced
And
properly.
they wish they'd never signed up in the first place.
Yeah. Should we let them have
Yeah.
a go?
Would you like to come up on stage, guys? Hi there. So if you'd like to give yourselves a brief introduction. Hi, Wesley. Hi. And I'll send the mic to you so you'll be able to talk. What are you doing here at CES?
Yeah, so I'm here launching my company.
Oh, wow. A big shot. Tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, so we're building a personal OS that manages your life.
Sounds pretty damn important. Brilliant. If you'd like to sit down, choose your weapon of choice. Next up, we've got Darian. Hi, Darian. I'm good. And what are you doing here at CES?
I'm here just browsing around.
It's pretty good. Excellent. Excellent. And we have one last guy. Let me just casually bring my mic. Oh, please choose your weapon, Darian. Hi there. What's your name?
My name is Ron.
And Ron, what are you doing at CES?
I am trying out CES for the first time. I'm launching my startup in the brain-computer interface technology.
Very fancy. So everyone on stage is cleverer than the Engadget editors. Let's see how well they do when we're playing Rock Band with a 5-second delay. It may not affect the result. All right, so we're going to leave you guys. We're going to talk smack talk at the side in pull faces. Good luck. There is a bit of a lag, so once you're all set up, just scroll through the songs, see if you can find a nice one. And very good luck to both of you. All of you. That's on... All right, guys, we're going to help you out. Oh, there we go. We're going to help you out. Oh, you might be doing the same song again. That's fine. Okay, that's fine, they say. They think they can be better than us. Oh, big talk. Not so easy, is it, huh?
All right, so I'm sorry that was terrible for you. I feel a little bit better because it wasn't me. Yay! Technology fails all of us. No,
Yes.
it was, you guys did a great job. You were great sports for coming up here and trying it out. We have some gifts for you, some Engadget
Some
t-shirts.
officially sanctioned Engadget
So
t-shirts
thank
for you guys.
There you go. There you go.
And
Thank you so much.
thank you very much. If you'd like to, Johnny, take over.
Yeah,
I'm
cheers.
sorry
Good
about
job,
those
good
technical
job.
issues. Good job, guys. Have a good show. Cheers. And yep, that's it. After a severe wave of technical issues, nothing to do with the talent inherent on us here on the stage. That's the end of the Engadget gaming segment. We'll have it again tomorrow. A bigger challenge, a scarier challenge, a challenge that might work. Stay tuned. We'll have more for you right here on the stage after the break.
Can't believe we're back in Las Vegas, dude.
I know, what a hole, huh?
It really is. It's the worst.
Welcome to my home.
All right, all right, all right.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Christopher.
Did you notice something floating in the pool outside?
It did look like something was clogging the jets.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a giant turd or a dead hooker, but either could really be a possibility.
But it's just, you know, it's a filthy place.
It is, and there's a lot of filthy people crammed into a tiny, filthy space.
All for CES. You know what? I would like to know exactly how filthy Vegas is.
How exactly are we going to find out, though?
Look at what I found on your bedside table, Christopher.
What is that?
We have a whole variety of instruments and ways to quantify just how filthy Las Vegas is.
So we're about to test my hotel room for any number of human excretions. See what we can find. Well, you don't really need a black light to find the blood or ketchup, I'm hoping. It's like lipstick. Let's check out the couch. Oh, that is definitely something. And more. Just like clean up after yourself, man.
Let's tell ourselves that's just toothpaste.
I'm gonna be asking for an upgrade after this. We are here in the Las Vegas Convention Center where the CES plague is born and bred. So it's time to find out if this water is actually drinkable. So what are you using to make this happen?
First, I've got this sweet belt clip.
Nice reveal.
Yeah. And this is a TDS meter. Basically what it does is it measures kind of the total dissolved solids of metals and minerals and other things in the water. The meter reads out 480. So according to the instructions, most tap water is 350 to 500.
So we're like
we're right at
the top of the scale.
Of like what your average is, more being worse.
And we are here to test another water sample.
Because we're nothing if not thorough. Maybe the last water fountain was a bad water fountain. So we're back here at the very sophisticated Engadget water testing labs, aka our CS trailer in the parking lot of the LVCC. What I have here is the test that we're going to be running on the water that we got from the water fountain. Let's get started with the nitrate test first and foremost. So we've got to immerse this for just a pair of seconds. If there were any nitrates and nitrites, they're going to turn pink. Right now, not seeing much pink happening in the water. So we've got 3 strips here, 3 little pieces. One of those measures pH, one of them measures total hardness, and then the other one measures our chlorine levels. And I would say we're roughly around 7.5 on the pH, 250 probably on the total hardness, and then basically no chlorine. Let's on to test for lead and pesticides, the real nasty stuff. 2 dropperfuls of water. Now we've got to place both of these strips into the test vial. And apparently if the top line is darker than the bottom line, then we've got a positive test for lead and or pesticides. It looks like the bottom line is actually darker than the top, which is good for people drinking water in Vegas. That means we have no lead and no pesticides. Okay, so now it's time to check out what the pools are like here in Las Vegas. This little vial can test and see if there is E. coli in the pool behind me. And of course, there was a 2013 CDC study that said many swimmers actually end up leaving E. coli in the pool. So let's see just how filthy Vegas pools are. All right, so now we have to wait for 48 hours and we'll find out if we've got E. coli in the pool.
Hello, everyone. I am Michael Gorman, Editor-in-Chief of Engadget. Joining me on stage is Christopher Trout, our Executive Editor. Hello. And Mallory Johns, our social media superstar.
Hi, everyone.
So, just want to give you all a quick introduction. This is After Hours, where technology gets out into the streets. It's basically what we do when we're not in the office. And we'll just go ahead and jump in to the cliffhanger that y'all saw at the end of that. The good news is, because this vial, if you can see it, is a little purple, that means that there was no E. coli in the pool.
Which also means there's no poop in the pool.
Yes, which is good, right?
Yeah.
So it turns out that the water here at CES is clean. So lesson learned here.
The only place that we're really in danger is in my hotel room on the couch.
Yeah. So just never sleep. Stay out of your hotel rooms and you'll be fine. That's the lesson that we've all learned from CES. Just never stop working, which is kind of what we do anyway.
Truth.
You know, so the reason that we kind of wanted to do this bit is because every year you come to CES and several people on staff seem to get sick.
Well, I think that's just a general thing. It's not just an Engadget thing, right?
That's true.
You've got a ton of people running around playing with gadgets, not necessarily washing their hands, as I saw somebody do in the bathroom earlier. Shame on you, whoever
Gross.
you were. And, you know, you just aren't keeping up with your hygiene maybe as well as you could have.
No. There's too many people, too many unwashed masses touching lots of gadgets.
But I think what we found is Las Vegas on the whole is a little bit cleaner than we'd expected.
It
so
was. I was
bravo,
surprised.
Sin
Well
City.
done. Well done, LVCC and the hotels. Pools. The guys that are cleaning the pools are doing a good job, too.
At least during the winter months when nobody's swimming in them.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I need a drink after that kind of filthy discussion. So, what we've got here, just in case y'all don't know, up on stage there we have the Pico Brew, which is kind of like a Keurig for beer. And we've got a stout, I believe, and an IPA, so
I'll
let
be
us
taking that
partake.
one. Mallory, you want a drink?
Of course I do.
Get in there.
Dig in.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's as good as it looks, guys.
It is. It is even better, perhaps, than it looks. So, since we have a first-timer on stage,
Yes, this is my first time at CES and
That's
my first
right.
time in Las Vegas.
so how has CES been treating you thus far, Mallory?
Well, you showed up sick, so
Yeah.
you're probably one of the guilty parties making everybody else sick here.
I was sick on my flight over, by the way. I had a fever, and I was sick for the past 2 days. So
Which is why I'm sitting so
You're the
far away from
carrier.
you right now.
You are the
That's
one
why
that starts
everyone's,
it.
like quarantined and staying
Patient
away
zero
from me.
over here. So, is it everything that you expected? I assume you're familiar with CES before you came to work
Yes,
for us, right?
I am.
Yeah.
CES is kind of a dream to me to
Really?
be here and seeing all this tech.
Yeah.
It's
And
kind of
now?
mind blowing. And now I'm just very exhausted
And it's only day one.
and recovering.
Yeah. So what's been the coolest thing that you've seen thus far?
Yesterday I went to the Intel keynote, which was kind of mind-boggling. I sat in the front row and I was live tweeting for Engadget, and A.R. Rahman, who is a Slumdog Millionaire composer, came on the stage and demoed VR gestural music composition live.
So what does that mean?
work?
What is VR
So-
gestural
Yeah.
music composition? 'Cause
So
that sounds
Intel
like
gave everyone in the audience
jumble.
these bands, and when you were just like typing in the air, musical sounds were emitted, if that makes any sense.
No, but I'll
So-
believe you.
So different gestures make different notes. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
And what was virtual reality about it?
And there was also another segment where this girl was wearing VR and she was drawing with like VR on in this musical, like beautiful, like mystical environment.
Painting through the art of dance. Is that what that was?
Yes, yes.
Virtual painting. Expressing yourself through the art of dance. I know Christopher's into that.
Yeah.
And it kind of blew my mind.
After a few drinks.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big like music junkie and audio nerd, so.
Okay. So anything else that you've seen at CES that blew your mind, or was that the main deal?
At Unveiled, there was this great sleep aid called the Sleepion, and it's a 3-in-1 kind of sound soother for people with sleep disorders, and it actually emits smells and sounds to help you sleep.
What sort of smells are we talking about?
Aromatherapy.
So like some like
Cinnamon.
lavender.
Eucalyptus.
Lavender.
That sounds good.
Yeah. It would keep me asleep, I think. No.
I doubt it. You're a night owl.
Just the drugs.
Yeah.
That's what keeps me asleep.
Just the drugs.
A martini and a couple of Valium, and I'm out cold.
Yes. Okay. So, Christopher, how has your day been today?
Well, I got a little sick last night, probably due to Mallory
Sorry.
and that couch.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not sorry.
I
But-
did see her licking your keyboards and stuff. It was weird.
How dare you? Seriously.
She was cackling as she
I'm
did.
a clean person, I swear.
Nobody licks my keyboard but me. Other than that, it's been a pretty good day. I went and saw a couple of interesting things, and you and I are actually going to go see some virtual reality pornography later.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
definitely after hours for sure.
But I saw, and we'll be talking about this a little bit more on tomorrow's After Hours show, but I saw a clitoral stimulator that is not used for orgasm. It's
How
used
is
to get
that
you
possible?
aroused in the process to get up to a point where you're ready to have sex and then
Okay.
orgasm.
No more
Okay.
foreplay needed.
They
So
call
that's
it
for lazy.
They call it before play, according to the women that I talked to.
Ooh, okay, that's
and
trademark that.
It's actually a really interesting device, and it's filling a sort of medical niche. It's not necessarily a sex toy. It's actually a medical instrument of sorts.
Okay.
But you know, it's a small wearable device, and it's legit.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I can dig it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think I've been asking enough questions here. Mallory, do we have any? We're hoping that the viewers at home, Mallory is currently periscoping
Yeah,
right
so
now.
if you are on Twitter, you can see our live Periscope and join in and ask any questions that you would like about CES in Vegas, and we'll answer them live.
Yes. The floor is yours, people of the internet.
If you're lucky.
Yeah.
So we had a couple great questions. Some of them pertain to VR. They want
Okay.
to know what's next for VR. I mean, obviously you just talked about this VR porn thing, but
Yeah.
what else have you seen that's mind-blowing in the VR space?
Well, I mean, it's early days for VR, I think. This is something that's sort of across the board, right? Like, we haven't really experienced the promise of VR yet. I think a lot of us have been able to see some of this stuff, but it hasn't really reached mass market. You know, the New York Times put out a VR card. It was a Google Cardboard headset.
Yeah.
I think that was the first big taste of VR for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Obviously, not the most sophisticated VR that people are going to see eventually, but you know, I think there are a lot of possibilities when it comes to sort of entertainment. Obviously, pornography, regular film, and gaming.
Yeah.
But you know, I think there's also some interesting sort of practical applications for medicine, mental health, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that stuff's really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as like the coolest thing that I have seen, I mean, Oculus Rift is still the best VR experience that I've done to date. But there was a new company that just started a Kickstarter, I think today or yesterday, that's a full body haptic suit. So I think that's
Full
one of
body VR?
yeah. So it's like one of the
That's
biggest.
a lot of work, man. I don't know if I want to strap on a suit every time I want to.
Right, but
be immersed.
That's one of the big things with VR, right? It's an unanswered question. I think, you know, we're getting close on the headsets. That technology's getting fairly refined. But it's the input devices, and the rest of your senses still are not in that virtual world. It's very easy to put your eyesight and your ears in that world, audio, but the rest of you still needs to be fooled into a virtual space. And I think, I'm not saying I want a haptic suit, but that's an interesting thing to me if they can make it happen. You know, the idea is you put on the suit, it's got actuators all over it, so that way if you're playing a game and you get shot, you feel it, or if you're running over hill and dale and it gets colder in the game and it's winter time, it makes your body feel colder or warmer depending on what's happening on screen. So to me, that's where you're getting closer to the holodeck kind of reality where it feels like you really are in a virtual space.
We're so far away from that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
I'm
it's a
thankful,
Kickstarter right now,
actually.
so that doesn't exist yet, but these people are saying they can make it happen, so that'll be very
All right, next
interesting.
question.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions about Faraday Future and
I
their
haven't seen
concept
it.
car,
It's not drivable, and it sounds pretty out there. So we'll see what happens.
but it's a Batmobile in real life.
It is ugly as hell, though.
It
That
is
thing
ugly.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I don't know. I mean, that's up to you know.
To each his own. Or
I know
her.
that one of our reporters was
Yeah.
actually there, and he'd shot some amazing vines. If you go on the
But also-
Engadget Vine account, you can see them.
Yeah.
Not a very practical car. Like, I understand it's a race car or whatever, but only one person fits in that thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is what they're showing off is the attention grabber, right? Like a car like that is not built for regular roads. It seats one person It's super long, but it's got this modular design, so they'll be able to make other types of cars from it. I think that's really
I want to see the minivan version. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we have time for one more question, Mallory. What do we got?
One of the best questions that we had was, if you could take one new device from the show home with you, what would it be?
I know what mine would be. So LG has created this super tightly curved television screen. I want 2 of those, put it together so I can stand in the middle and just be in a tube of television.
Are you talking about their foldable prototype, or?
No, this one's just like, it's curved. So it's foldable in that sense, but it's just built to be instead of kind of a gentle curve like you've got on the desk right there, it's like a half circle.
Okay.
So you're surrounded by television. Apparently you can feel the heat coming off of the TV, because if you stand inside of it to get inside the television.
Wow.
It doesn't really have any practical use. I just think it's ridiculous, and it would be fun to have a tube of television to stand in.
Well, it's practical for like Netflix binge watching sessions.
There you go.
Which I'm guilty of all the time.
I think I would take home this remote control vibrator I saw yesterday.
Of course you would.
Or that Pico Brew, if I could have somebody program it for me. But you know where my mind is. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about you, Mallory?
I would take home Panasonic's Technics Revival, because I'm also a big audio nerd, and I do have a vinyl collection that's growing, and just the fact that I could have another turntable would be amazing.
All right. Well, there you have it. Vibrators, tube televisions, and
turntables.
Yeah, turntables.
Y'all are lame.
Okay, well, that's all we have. That's the end of day 1 here at CES for us anyway. The show floor is still open for a little while longer, but we're done for now, and we will see you all tomorrow. So thanks, and we'll see you then.
And thank you, Internet, for your questions.